Update.
Another home game and another win for the Sabres. 3-0 last night, a shutout win over the Carolina Hurricanes. It's James Reimer getting the shutout in goal. He now has a 7-game win streak, the longest of his career. Tage Thompson scoring a goal last night. He is now up to 44 on the season. 5 games to go. Would need 6 to reach 53 to reach his career high. Alex Tuch also scoring on a breakaway in the game. Sabres get the win over the Hurricanes. 5 wins in a row. 7-game win streak for the Sabres at home as well. Next up for them will be tomorrow night at Columbus. Only 2 home games remaining. 3 road games first, and the season ends with Toronto and Philly next week. To football. Some draft reporting yesterday on visits. Jalen Milroe, quarterback from Alabama, is going to visit with the Cleveland Browns. Jackson Dart of Ole Miss is also going to visit with the Browns, but as well the Raiders. Dart, who is projected to be somewhere in the first round, sometimes into the second round. The Athletics' Josh Kendall reports that the Cincinnati Bengals' asking price in a trade for Trey Hendrickson includes a first-round pick, but would be more than a first-round pick at this point in time. Mike Garafolo of NFL Network reports that cornerback Asante Samuel Jr., who's thought to be one of the top free agents left, has not signed yet because he has a medical concern with his shoulder and neck, and that teams are not impressed with the status of his medical diagnosis on that injury. Finally, in Dallas, Trayvon Diggs, their top cornerback, likely to miss the start of the season, according to Stephen Jones yesterday, which could open the door to Kyer Elam being their starting corner in Week 1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
With the takeaway, Tage Thompson holds it, fires, scores! Here's Jackson Blake making a couple of moves, centers in front, and James Reimer. Sabres win the draws, quick pass up ahead, trying to find a way to the net, scores! Alex Tuch pulls his way to the net, 2-0 Buffalo. Here's a chance for the Sabres, 2-on-1 scores! Take away and bury it!
We want to continue to grow our game. I thought tonight was another step against a really good team, a really tough team. We know where we're at. I'm disappointed where we're at, and we can't do anything of that. But we can work on our game, and we're going to continue to work on our game until it's over.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Sabres, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, good morning.
What's up?
What is up? Happy Hump Day. Day before the Masters.
I know a little par 3 tournament today. Right?
Yes, the par 3, which I forgot. Was it last year? Tony Finau got a hole-in-one and then rolled his ankle celebrating.
No, that's
3 years ago, 2 years ago.
That's I was going to say 5 years ago.
All right,
definitely wasn't last year.
all right. He finished in the top 10 with a rolled ankle. Anyway, yeah, because it was his first Masters.
7 years ago.
7 years ago. All right. Well, here's a while.
Wow.
I mean, I just saw the highlight yesterday and I kind of thought, like, cool. Anyway, hey, good morning. I know what you're thinking. How am I mentally locking into my golf league playoffs tonight? Mm-hmm. You know, I got my mentals in the right place.
Yeah, your team that you're wearing a jersey of there may put you in a good mental place.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll
ride the momentum of Arsenal into your golf playoffs today.
Yes. Great day for the Champions League yesterday. More to it today.
Golf league playoffs. What's the format?
9-hole matches.
Yeah, okay.
Pretty much.
Just stroke play when you get to the playoffs?
Best ball. Yeah, same as always. Two-player best ball.
Nice.
Yes, handicapped and everything, so we'll see how it goes. Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Hello, everyone. The Sabres are officially eliminated from the playoffs the same day that they win again and win a 5th in a row. And just like everybody drew it up, James Reimer's won 7 straight. That's just, it's everybody knew that was going to happen. That's why the Sabres waived him earlier in the year, and nobody. Well, he went to the Ducks.
Played for the Ducks.
He played for the Ducks and got waived again.
Yep.
And has won 7 straight.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
should they have been playing him earlier?
It's a great question.
It's a question I hadn't really thought of until last night because, the season's over and he's 37 and it's like, whatever. It's end of the season stuff. But he's now playing at a point where it's like, should they have been playing him like this in December?
Well, you could.
How many games did he play during that 13-game losing streak?
You could say that they should have. Then I don't know if he had this in the tank. Aren't there more teams that might have wanted to claim him on waivers?
Right.
And again, you'd have to get rid of another goalie. Whatever. James Reimer, 7 straight wins. Sabres, 5 straight wins. Prior to this, Reimer had a stretch earlier in the season of 7 straight losses in appearances with the Sabres from November into February.
Well, that's not great.
No, it's not. It's not. But, hey, what are you going to do?
And he hadn't really played a lot. I'm looking at his game log last night. He had played 12 games going into March on the season.
Yeah.
Wasn't really much. Levi had played almost as many games on the year, but Reimer had been here. It was all Luukkonen, and then just... It's a little coincidental, maybe, but they've started playing him in March, and March is about when they started winning hockey games.
Yep.
So he's also at an age where you might not have believed he would have given this to you for an entire season. He would have run out of gas. Remember Craig Anderson 2 years ago?
Of course. I mean,
2 years ago, Craig Anderson was their best goaltender until Levi showed up, but he was 40, and they couldn't play him more than once a week. And maybe Reimer would have been some version of the same thing.
Yeah. Well, hey, here we are. 14 straight years, 5 straight losses. Which is more relevant? I'm sorry, 14 straight wins, yeah. Which is more relevant? Today, 14 straight years out of the playoffs, or the way they've played in the last 15 games, 20 games, 10 games, whatever you want. You can make your mark the way you want. The Sabres, of course, before this stretch, they did have a 6-game losing streak earlier, and, of course, a 13-game losing streak. They've had their streaks, but I don't get a good sense of where people are on whether or not what's happening now is meaningful. Because what I'm seeing is their star players doing star things and their goalie making saves, and I wouldn't go much farther than that. I wouldn't go to they're playing a better brand. I don't think I would. There are not games where they are dominating the opponent. Most of these games, they are making saves and scoring goals. And I mean that from what's the expected goals, what's the shot share, what's this and that. Most of these games, they are not dominating their opponent. They're just getting the stops, and they're beating the opposing goaltender.
Yeah.
That works. I mean, you watch the NCAA tournament, you could do a lot of things. How do you win? Make your shots, and your other guy misses their shots. In hockey, it's not quite as clear-cut as that sometimes, but in the numbers, you can look in there and you'll find exactly that. Their PDO, if anyone out there likes PDO or wants PDO, save percentage plus shooting percentage, right now they are just red hot. That's what people would say is luck. So it's end of season, a little bit of luck. It feels like, Joe, if this happened in December, no one wants to hear it. It's, who cares? They're winning games. Let's do this. Let's ride this. And we would argue about whether or not it's sustainable. And when it happens in March, and then you get eliminated from the playoffs, I've got the same kind of question. Should Kevyn Adams look at this and say, see, my team was not that bad? It's tough. I don't think it's an easy thing to wrestle with because, they won again. They beat a good team again, and that team's going to the playoffs. Meanwhile, Ottawa clinches their spot, and Montreal takes a big step towards getting there.
And Ottawa had a 7-year drought of their own, and that's over. They finally, all these bottom 4 Atlantic teams had just been. No one had made the playoffs out of the Atlantic Division because I think Montreal did when there was a Canadian division, right, during COVID.
Yeah, COVID, yeah.
No one had made the playoffs out of the Atlantic Division in 6 years. That wasn't one of the top 4 teams. And Ottawa finally broke through, and Montreal's probably going to break through too. Yeah. Montreal, I might have even thought Detroit had a shot at it. Montreal wasn't on my brain. They've been the team that's consistently been below the Sabres. Every single year. They've been in last in this division.
Yep.
And they signed, what did they do? They signed Laine?
They traded for Laine.
Yeah, but he's missed games this year, I think, too.
That's right.
But he's been good.
But the point is they made a bold move.
Yeah, they did.
Both of those teams made moves to, hey, it's time for us to get better. And this, the Sabres have done some of those moves. This year is the year where they had Zucker or whatever, if you want to say that's what that is.
And Ottawa did the move that I kind of want the Sabres to do and just don't think that there's any chance, which is their move was goalie.
Yeah.
They traded a first-round pick for Linus Ullmark. That was their move.
Yep.
And I don't think that's on the table when you have Luukkonen under contract the way you do. So I feel like the drought is definitely more meaningful than these games. Because I hear what you're saying about they're not dominating these games. They don't dominate puck possession. A lot of these games are even. I think they rolled the Bruins. That was the one game where, to me, it looked like beginning to end.
Yep.
You're just a way better team.
But the Bruins are.
The Bruins are the worst team in
right
in
now.
these.
Yes, that is catching a glorified AHL roster.
And we kind of knew that was true all season, right? Like when they were even a spot in December, they had like a minus 30 goal differential, and it was, that team's not that good. Like, they're somehow surviving, and then it actually came back to earth that you can't play like that for a whole year. And Boston fell apart.
Yep.
So not surprising. The thing about the Sabres, though, in the luck of PDO and shooting percentage, and can you sustain scoring like this when you aren't getting as many scoring chances and shot attempts as you kind of need to, is all their goals are really nice.
Yes, that's right.
They're not just scoring when a puck is a wrist shot from a point and they've a bunch of traffic in front and it goes off a knee and it goes into the net. Like, Thompson is back on highlight reel watch. Yeah, SportsCenter top 10 every night.
Tage is a video game come to life. Tage is the toe drag in the slot, roof to the corner.
Right.
The move that you pull in the game.
And it's like his fifth nicest goal in the last 2 weeks.
Yep.
But it was awesome. And Tuch is every goal. Well, Tuch scored a couple that were like deflections, but the goal he scored yesterday, he talked about it after the game. That's a set play off the faceoff. McLeod to Byram. It was like a deep pass. Like, hey, McLeod, you're gonna snap the ball back to Byram, and I'm just gonna run deep. Mm-hmm. And Byram, there's like a quarterback who hits him over the top, and he scores on a breakaway. And then what's the Paterka goal? That's just you ripped it past the goalie with a guy that has a great shot. So it definitely isn't as sustainable as it's looked. I'm just glad to see that they are capable of finishing chances, because that was a part of their story that Lindy talked about with us early in the year every week. Was I feel like we're getting chances and we can't bury them, and now they are burying them. So I don't want to go all the way with its luck, but it definitely is a team that's gotta be more consistent next year with all this stuff.
Should Sabres fans have any sort of identity crisis with what to do with it, what it means? Right now in the NHL, if you filter out goaltenders who have played 10 games, you know where James Reimer comes in?
Top
goals save above expected, top per 60.
15.
10th.
Yeah.
James Reimer has played like one of the 10 best goalies in the league in the last couple weeks. And it's like you said, Ottawa's move was they got a goalie. We thought the Sabres had a goalie. We thought Luukkonen, they extended him, and maybe you thought that was a little bit bold and a little bit early, which I think many of us did. Like, wow, 5 years, okay, I guess you've seen what you need to see, and that bottomed out. And that's happened. How many times in the 14 years has goaltending been the primary thing that bottomed them out? Is it 5? 5 times?
Out of the 14?
Out of 14. 4?
And we're going to throw out like 2 of those were because they wanted to.
Right. Geez, if you had tank goaltending, you might be good. Tank goaltending was not bad.
If you can get February 2015 Michael Neuvirth.
You want Anders Lindback is what you want.
You're a playoff team. There are Leonard years, aren't there, where they miss because of goaltending?
Sure. I mean, there's a year where
the blue line in front of him was so bad.
That's right. I feel like Tim Murray years are defined by no blue line.
Just nothing on the D. Yeah. Nothing there.
Botterill years are defined by not knowing who the good players are and bad coaches.
That's when they didn't have bad goals. I mean, Allmark had some nice years here.
Yes, he did.
The problem, though, here that he hasn't run into as much since he left was he got injured a lot. Right, he got injured when he was here. He never played more than what do you think? What do you think his career high in games played was? Games started for the Sabres was in a season.
Allmark?
Yeah, he was here from 2015 to 2021. What was his career high in games started?
Like 40,
34.
Yeah,
he never started more than 34 games for the Sabres. Some of that's injury, and he was developing in the first couple of years, I guess, but. This year's gonna be an answer. 2 years ago that might be, to me, the most important point here is the year they got the closest. The number one thing was goaltending.
Yeah, because Levi came in and they needed to lean on him.
Yeah.
How different is this other than the standings, than the Levi year. If this is the Levi year, except it's James Reimer
right?
instead.
No, it is.
It's let's get James Reimer to keep us alive. The plan and goal has not gone as we hoped it would, so we got to lean on James Reimer.
Yeah.
Hey, credit to him. I don't know what to do with it. 803-0550, our phone number. I don't want to be Grumpy Gus that says wins at the end of the season don't matter. There have been plenty of years where I've been sitting in this chair saying these wins don't matter. If this were a McDavid, Eichel, top 3 of the draft were amazing players, I'd be mad about what's happening. Instead, whatever. It is what it is. We'll watch Boston win the lottery, and that'll be great. I don't know what to do with this. They are winning. They are fun. I do just want fun. I want to go to the arena and see Tage score sick goals and see whatever. See Alex Tuch be an awesome player. I want to see all of it. I want to see Kulik and Benson and the young players and Ostlund and this promise of all these picks that they got. I want to see that grow into something and have a 5-year run where they make the playoffs 3 times and win a round, and we call it like, hey, the era where they made it a couple times. I would take that. I don't even dream of the Stanley Cup really anymore.
You would take the post-Briere-Drury Sabre run?
Yes. Yeah. 2 years. One's a division win. One is the 7 seed. I would take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah. And then you have like 2 other years where you miss.
And other steps like that. So I don't want to poo-poo anything like that, but I find myself in the spot where this was supposed to be a year where they fix it. It's kind of like as Kevyn Adams is in charge, and I don't think everything that's gone wrong is his fault, but man, it's been a long time for him. He's on his 3rd coach. Mm-hmm. 3rd coach. And
it'll be his 6th season next year?
Yes. And it's almost to say if you give any GM 10 years, they're going to make it. And if it happens in year 6, you don't exactly get to give credit there. The system is built where you're supposed to make it. You're supposed to get in. So I just don't know what to do with it. I don't want to treat it like it's worthless. I do want to have fun. I do want these games to be meaningful. If they were still in the race and it wasn't some miracle they had to win 8 in a row and Montreal has to lose 8 in a row, maybe we could have had a good time. We tried Operation 10 straight. We tried Lindy's plan.
Well, they might get to Operation 10 straight and they haven't gotten any closer. Right. That's the funny thing.
Well, the problem is they played poorly ahead of it. Operation 10 straight was just get to a spot where you can play like a normal team.
Right. They never got closer than 8. I think 8 points.
I just don't know what we're supposed to do with it. They stayed in the race. They won a bunch. Half of the reason they're still in it is because the race was the easiest race in 10 years. The 8 spot is low. Some years the 8 spot is 100 points.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do with it. It's a golf tournament where the cut was easy to make and they were out with 10 holes to play.
Yeah. I think maybe what you're just supposed to do with it is the bar is so painfully low. For 14 years now it is officially. 14 years. They are 4 years past the NHL record. Like they're 40% past the NHL record at this point. So the bar is so low. I actually said on the air a month and a half ago that the bar for the team the rest of the year is just don't have people leaving the arena mad.
Yeah, well,
they have smashed that.
Yes, because the home record is awesome. They win at home. We have a good time.
They haven't lost since the first week of March at home, and they've lost 4 since the new year at home. So they've accomplished that. I think maybe what you're supposed to do with it is just I don't know. You're supposed to be as happy as you can. Be as happy as you can with anything you can get. Just grab on to any sign of hope for dear life. And even though it might be a flawed sign of hope, because they're not perfect in this stretch, and a lot of it is goaltending, and a lot of it is capitalizing on chances when you're not always getting the most chances, it's something. That's it. It's something to grab hold of.
I'll get some calls in here. 803-0550. It might be a loaded question, but like, what's more relevant today? The way they're playing, or that they're going to miss again? They missed. Not even going to miss. They missed. They've been officially eliminated. Kind of bittersweet. Maybe you're at the game and you had a good time, and then as you walk out, like, oh, Montreal won. Oh, okay, it's over. There have been nights days where they get eliminated with 2 games left in the season or 1 game left in the season. And this is with, 5 games left, but really, I mean, their chances to make it were less than 1% for most of the year. So you can give us a call, 803-0550. Before we get to calls, here's the schedule for today. Sal's coming up at 7. He had his yearly conversation with Mike North, the scheduling guy, his scheduling podcast, to talk about the upcoming schedule release, which is probably about a month away. So we'll talk to Sal about what he learned there and tell you where you can grab that podcast, he and Matt Beauvais and Mike North. Also today, Paul joins us at 8:30, talk about the Sabres. And then on the Bills and the draft, Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast and Locked On NFL Scouting, he joins us at 8. And at 9, Matt Waldman, rookie scouting portfolio. Both of these guys, Joe and Matt, I'm going to ask about running back. I'm going to entertain the madness that you, Joe, and some out there that's probably not that crazy, are saying, just get a back to fill in for James Cook. The draft, we're ready for it. If you want to do it, you could just do it.
It's a loaded draft class.
I might as well explore all opportunities.
Do you want to cash out that bet now?
Which one?
Running back versus linebacker?
Definitely no.
I feel good though about my side of the bet right now.
Larry in South Florida leads us off today. Hey, Larry.
Hey, good morning, guys. So to answer your YouTube survey, I mean, it's fun watching them now, but the pressure's off. It's not even close. You're right. It's a loaded question. So, Jeremy, back in 2015, you and I both made the trip to Florida to watch that draft, the draft Eichel. And I was sitting in the upper deck, and I can't remember if it was announced, the O'Reilly trade, I came through on my phone before they announced Eichel or after.
It was like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Within 5 minutes of the Eichel pick.
So was the Leonard trade. Both trades were before the Eichel pick.
I think Leonard, though, was way earlier in the day.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but the O'Reilly was like minutes before Eichel.
And O'Reilly was speculated to be like coming, yes, now it's final, they did it.
Yeah, because I remember you guys were at the draft. I was in the arena, and I remember being at the arena getting ready for like the Eichel pick, and news is like spreading very organically through that crowd. They're like, oh, they just traded for Ryan O'Reilly.
Yeah.
So that was like minutes before.
Yeah, so when it became official, I stood up, raised both my hands, and made 2 fists, and I proclaimed, within 2 years, we will be battling for the Stanley Cup. Now, this was 2015.
Yeah.
Right? So that's 10 years ago. And people looked at me, they go, what the hell are you talking about? Your team's awful. I said, we just got Ryan O'Reilly. And they went, oh, crap. And then I believe it was either that year or the year after. You guys will probably know. I don't remember what hockey media site came out with. We are the number 1 team with prospects. And within 5 years, right, I said 2 years. They said within 5 years, we will be competing for the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, they were on the cover of the Hockey News as your 2020, yeah. I want to say your 2020 Stanley Cup champions or 2021. Right. They were on the cover of the Hockey News because they were so set up to have success.
Yeah, so think about that. That's 5 years predicted after the Eichel draft. We're 5 years past that. We've only sniffed the playoffs once. And like you just said, on a down year, when it's so easy to get into the playoffs, we still can't. We still can't get in the top 50%. You're right. It's like, so the only thing I'm hoping for now, and I'm going to watch, and now that we're moving up in the standings, of course, we're knocking ourselves out of the number 1 pick, but there's no generational hockey player coming out this year. But I'm just rooting for Thompson to get 50 and Tuch to get 40.
Yeah.
That's what I'm pulling for. Unfortunately, I did a huge parlay bet. All of it came through, except Thompson needed 3 shots. He only got 2, and I hit on everything else. So it keeps biting me. But I need to see this team make the playoffs. I'm 61 years old now, and I really want a championship from one of these teams.
Well, Larry, I guess the question is, do you think they're closer than they were at the start of the year to making it? Even though they missed.
Yeah, but
are they closer than they were a year ago?
I think so, because they're finally getting goaltending. Like you said, our problem has been goaltending for how long? But Reimer's how old now?
That's what I say. What does goaltending right now mean for next year, and whether James Reimer's on the roster, let alone if he is at 37, that he's going to be able to replicate what he's doing right now over what? How many games?
Who knows?
30?
It's Craig Anderson 2.0 on some level. Larry, thanks. We're going to get to a break. One quick aside on there's no generational player. No one wants to hear this point. We're exhausted of picks. Leon Draisaitl went 3 in a year where there was no consensus number 1. Just, hey, picking at the top is always a good idea. Ekblad, Reinhart, Draisaitl, Bennett. Those are good players.
Yep.
You got them for free. Edmonton got the 3rd pick in a non-generational year, and he's darn good. So I always, whenever
He's MVP favorite.
When we went through the whole tank, it doesn't even matter if it's a good year. You want to pick there. You really do. You always want to. 803-0550. But I'm not doing that today. I'm not doing that. I haven't done it all year. I'm not doing it. It's not a thing.
You don't even know the name of the guy.
Michael Misa is the guy that
okay, maybe he does know the name of the guy.
James Porton.
James Higgins and Porter Martone.
Porter Martone.
I just mixing the names, yeah. They're going to be probably good.
Higgins is another one.
803-0550. Joe, stick with us. We'll get right to your call on the other side. It's Wednesday. It's cold. It's winter. And the Sabres have been eliminated 14 years in a row. The Jets are on the clock. The New York Jets. The Jets and the Sabres going back and forth on who's got the longest drought in sports, and the Jets have the next chance. Who breaks it first? We can get to that as well. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Another win for the Sabres on home ice. 7-game win streak on home ice. Also a 7-game win streak with James Reimer in that, and a 5-game win streak overall. 3-0 over Carolina. Tage Thompson scoring again. He's got 44 in the season, 3 away from his career high, and 6 away from 50 goals with 5 games to go. Next up tomorrow in Columbus, we'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR with puck drop at 7. To football. Trey Hendrickson of the Bengals still not under contract. The Athletics' Josh Kendall reports Cincinnati's asking price for Hendrickson includes a first-round pick ahead of the NFL draft. Asante Samuel Jr., the top free agent corner, still on the market. Mike Garafolo says he has a medical concern and that the shoulder/neck diagnosis is keeping him right now from being signed with another team, and likely will wait until after the NFL draft. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Sabres with the takeaway. Tage Thompson holds it, fires, scores! Here you go, Steve. Little TNT to open the scoring here.
Tage Thompson, he's amazing. I do like it when all of Tage's goals are highlight goals. That's my favorite Tage. He's got 47. How many of them are amazing? 44? That was his season a couple years ago. Mm-hmm. He's chasing that 47 number, chasing 50. I mean, could he get to 50? He could. It'd be great if he did. Jeremy and Joe, it's one of the Firth moments of the game, brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. I am looking at the 2013-14 Buffalo Sabres roster.
Oh, it must be fun.
Well,
2013-14. How about like a Matt D'Agostini on that team?
So here's why. Here's why I'm looking at it. Because this is not an unfair tweet. Jason tweeted in. And I'm going to put the roster in here as well. He's not wrong. He said, Facebook post from 2013 sums up how most people feel and why it's not as exciting for the future as it should be. And in 2013, on April 5th, he wrote, Buffalo doing what Buffalo does, comes on strong at the end of the year to show management everything's clicking so they don't need to change anything. Come on, Buffalo, finish strong so you don't get a good draft pick or make the playoffs. Like, it's 2013, he's mad about that. What happened in 2013? The 2012-2013 Sabres had Ron Ralston as their coach, and they did finish relatively well. This is pre-tank, so it's important. They had a 3-game win streak. They had 2 3-game win streaks in the final 10 games. They were okay. And then Ron Ralston comes back. They start the next season, Joe, 0-6-1, mm-hmm. and on the way to 4-15-1, and the tank was born. So right before the lowest, they had, strong finish to April and finishing in 23rd place. The thing I want to say, though, is this is very different. This team has much better players. That team that closed out that season, I mean, it's
Cody. Who's scoring for them?
It's Cody Hodgson, who is their number 1 center. Luke Adam, T.J. Brennan, Ehrhoff, Matt Ellis, Ennis, Brian Flynn, Foligno, Gerby, Grigorenko, Jochen Hesch, Cody Hodgson, Ville Leno. This team would...
They're dog walking.
Well, absolutely. This team would body that team.
Yeah.
This team is way better. Their defenseman, I mean, who's their best defenseman on that team? It's Ehrhoff. He's good.
But not Dahlin good.
T.J. Brennan, Jordan Leopold, Tyler Myers is pre-Myers trade.
Oh, Jordan
when they
Leopold.
had lost Myers.
Mm-hmm.
To Jason's tweet, I get it. The Groundhog Day feeling, that's fine. I don't think anybody has to feel bad about that. But it's way different. This team underachieved? Maybe that's what you might be feeling, is that this current stretch shows you weren't that bad. It's me on the golf course finishing par, and being like, yeah, I'm not a guy that shoots 55 on the front, even though I did that. I'm not that bad. I shouldn't give this up. I'm not a disaster out here. That's kind of what the Sabres are doing, is maybe showing that they, in fact, did underachieve.
Isn't it weird that they underachieved, too, though? Because, you look at their stats. Who underachieved on the season? Because Thompson didn't.
The goalies. Except for Reimer in the last 7 games.
Yeah. Right. Luukkonen underachieving is the most critical part of this, because the offense kind of returned. They're not getting as many chances maybe, but they're scoring as many goals. And you look up and go, okay, Thompson's goals are back up, and Tuch's got 34 now on the year, and Peterka has piled up the assists, so he's having his best season points-wise. Zucker overachieved. McLeod overachieved. Right? I feel like I got a lot of overachievers that should maybe make up for some of the underachievers, but, it hasn't been enough because your goaltending hasn't been there, and your overall team defense hasn't really been there. So, I guess it really does come down to goaltending. It shouldn't be a coincidence that they're getting their best goaltending of the season, and this is when they're winning. And I mentioned in the last break how Ottawa, who made the playoffs last night, they ended their own drought, their 7-year drought, last night. They clinched. You know what they did? Not just that I mentioned, they traded for Linus Ullmark. 1 year before, July 1st, 2023, Ottawa gave Jonas Korpisalo 5 years, $20 million. They signed a goalie to a long-term contract. He had a bad year, and they said, we got to fix this. And they sent him with a first-round pick to fix the goaltending, and now they're in the playoffs. Luukkonen signed for 5 years, $23 million, by the way. Almost the exact same contract.
That's your answer.
That's my answer.
Yeah.
And do we believe that they would make a trade like that? Ottawa said 1 year in, we made a mistake. We're going to pair him with a premium pick, and we're going to go fix it. And that would be the Sabres saying after 1 year, we made a mistake. We should not have committed this contract to Luukkonen. And
it's not something that they often do, get out in front of a mistake like that. I think
that quickly, especially.
That's if anything, that's fair to say about this team. Joe in Tonawanda. Hey, Joe.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good.
I've been a Sabres fan since the 70s. I'm 59. If you remember the melody, we're going to win that cup. Me and my Buffalo Sabres. Yeah. Well, it's sad. It's hurtful being a longtime fan that this happens, a win streak. It's a great conversation piece. Don't get me wrong. The team is playing well. Reimer's story in of itself, I have much respect for Reimer for what he's done in the last 7 games. Going into the season, I was on the back and forth with whether UPL was going to be the man, and he's not. He has moments. He's not that stellar number one. He just can't put together strings of wins. He goes 3 games, he wins, and then he loses 3. Goaltending, if you look at Boston where they're at, they put their bank in Jeremy Swayman last year after their run in Florida when they lost to Florida. He played well in the playoffs, and they committed to Swayman. He's had a bad year, and Boston's where they're at because of goaltending, too. We have to fix the goaltending problem. Keep Reimer. Well, in this league they talk about 3-goalie system. Yeah, keep him for another year. Absolutely. Don't get rid of him. But going forward as UPL is the number one, I don't see that happening. He's had ample time to do it, prove it, and he hasn't. I like him. I don't have anything bad to say as far as him as a person, and it's his, but he's not the one. He's just not. I finally come to the conclusion this year that, I wanted to say he was. I fully hoped he was, but he's not. So that's just my feed. And as far as the 14 years and this win streak, I've been watching clips of the Briere, Drury, Vanek, Miller, Kodalik era when Pominville, when this team excited the city and we had parties in the playoffs, parties in the plaza. And, those times are far gone. And it's time this city and this team, this organization commits to bringing a team that's going to make the playoffs and make a run. It's sickening. 14 years. Come on.
Yeah.
Playoffs are about to start. And guess what? We're not watching the Sabres in it again. Have a great day.
Thanks, Joe.
Well, how you replicate this into next year is half of it is getting the goaltending. Like I could see them having a year where their shooting percentage is crazy high and Thompson is scoring all these goals and Tuch, and they can score goals even if they are getting a little lucky, maybe, or just scoring more than their chances would indicate that they are. But getting this level of goaltending for a whole year, this is where like I bring up that like Ottawa comparison. I don't think they're going to do that. So I think I'm just kind of waiting for. I think I'm waiting for Levi. I think I'm just waiting for Levi to come save the day, and that could be next year. That could be 2-3 years.
That's what I was going to ask you. As you laid out the scenario about, hey, trade a first, admit your mistake, go a different direction, find the Allmark that becomes available. What's more likely? That happens, or it's time for Levi?
It's going to be Levi.
Like they've wanted it to be Levi a couple times, and he hasn't been ready for it. If he's not ready now, I guess you just wait longer. But he has been great.
If he does that, is that their most likely path right now to getting it right?
Yes.
That
it has to be.
More than anything. More than,
They have a guy with the resume that's done it at multiple levels, and it's just a matter of time before he's fully ready to be up here. Yeah, I think that's right.
That like how they end the drought. The most likely way that the drought ends is he's going to do it. He's going to show up and be ready for it and be a top goaltender, and that's how they're going to make it.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Sal at 7, some NFL stuff, NFL scheduling stuff. When we get back, maybe you're paying attention to the draft, maybe you're watching the quarterbacks. Which quarterback has been called a young Josh Allen? Hope you're ready for that. The comparisons.
Happens every year.
Every year we got a young Josh Allen. Who said it and which quarterback it is? We'll get to that next. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Join Chopin the Odyssey app. Download.
So who's the next Josh Allen? John Gruden says Ohio State quarterback Will Howard looks like a young Josh Allen.
Will Howard?
Will Howard.
Where is he even projected to go?
6'4", 236. He had 26 rushing touchdowns.
All right.
Gruden says Will Howard has Allen's size and running ability.
Yeah,
To Howard. How should I try a Gruden impression on? I don't want to do that, do I? Somebody else
It's a tough one, I feel like.
Someone else want to try a Gruden impression on? How the hell do people not like you as the number one quarterback in the draft? You're like a young Josh Allen.
Is he just saying that because he's big?
Yeah, I mean 6'3",
big and can run.
6'3", 6'4", 236, and can run.
Yeah.
But he's not projected to go in the first round.
No, I mean I watched good amounts of him last year, and I never thought of that comparison one time. Right?
No.
He played big college football also, which is very different than Allen. Ohio State, Kansas State before that. So, I mean, more so last year with Ohio State. I guess it is a little weird he's not getting more attention. I mean, the numbers are crazy. He's big. He's athletic. What's the problem?
Listen, I haven't delved too far into Will Howard's scouting report, but he might, and any Ohio State quarterback might suffer from, I mean, Stroud really didn't. Your receivers are always amazing. Amazing.
That's true.
You have Jeremiah Smith, Emeka Egbuka. There's probably a belief that anybody could walk in there and just heave it up to Jeremiah Smith.
Yep.
I don't know. But he's not thought to be a first-round pick. Jalen Milroe has a meeting with the Steelers and
the Browns.
The Browns. I bet the Browns trade back in and take a quarterback if they don't. Their decision is.
Yeah,
we talked yesterday with Jeff Phelps, Browns post-game and halftime host, and he's on 92.3 The Fan during the day as well. It sounds like the Browns are really going to decide they're going to take a quarterback, and it's a matter of where. You're either taking it to and trusting your board the rest of the way, or you're going Travis Hunter, 2, and then doing everything you can to get back up to 12, 20. Mm-hmm. If you can get up for Sanders, they're going to try and do that, hoping he falls, or Jalen Milroe could be the pick as well. So I bet the Browns are going to aggressively hunt to get back up and get a quarterback.
Howard, by the way, I'm reading quickly about Lance Zierlein's piece about him at NFL.com, his profile. I mean, it looks like his problem is... this, though, is something that a lot of Ohio State quarterbacks get. That, he doesn't have the eyes to look off safeties and play... Until he proves he can play chess against NFL defenses, he might not have enough in the toolbox to become more than an average backup. That's the final line of the summary.
Okay.
And his NFL comparison for Zierlein is Blake Bortles.
4th overall pick?
He was a top 5. Yeah, I think he was a top 5 pick.
Was he 3rd?
That sounds right. We know he could run. He did it against the Bills for an entire playoff game.
Yes, he did. Tune in to Schopen Bulldog for the annual pre-draft special. Thursday the 17th. It's a week from tomorrow. 4 to 6:30. Stream it live on YouTube. We will bring you the latest insights, mock draft predictions, insider information, guest appearances from me, Joe, Nate, Sal. The show is presented by your Upstate Honda dealers. Visit your local Upstate Honda dealer today for excellent deals on the entire Honda lineup, including the all-new Honda Passport. We'll talk with Sal on the other side. It is 22 degrees outside.
Oh! How does that seem possible? It's a clear day outside right now. 22.
Yeah. The high I see for the next 10 days is 1 dabbling into the 50s, maybe 2, 59 on Monday. 22 degrees right now. Have yourself a day.
I do have a tea time already for next Monday, though.
Good. You should.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's keeping me motivated to get through this very cold week.
803-0550, our phone number. We'll check in with Sal. The scheduling conversation he had with Mike Northey and Matt Beauvais on It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. They do the yearly conversation with Mike North, and we'll get to Sal about that. Sometimes, it's fun to learn how the NFL views things, triple headers on Christmas, all that good stuff. So Sal's coming up here on WGR.
Bills rookie running back here on the West Her Hotline.
The coaches call the West Her Hotline.
Sean McDermott, head coach of the Bills, joins us on the West Her Hotline.
The insiders call the West Her Hotline.
Happy to welcome our man, Ross Tucker. Al Michaels with us, pleased as always to be joined by Eric Wood.
On the West Her Hotline is Buffalo Bills general manager Brandon Beane.
When the players call, when the coaches call, when the insiders call, the West Her Hotline. Brought to you by the West Her Automotive Group. Welcome to West Her, New York. Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Another win for the Sabres at home again last night against the Carolina Hurricanes. First time they've won the season series against Carolina in 9 years. 3-0 the final score. Tage Thompson scores again. He now is alone atop the leaders in the NHL in even strength goals. Needs 6 in his final 5 games to reach 50. Needs 3 to match his career high of 47. James Reimer gets the shutout. He has a career high 7-game win streak rolling for him. Next up for the Sabres tomorrow night in Columbus. That'll be a 7 o'clock puck drop against the Blue Jackets. We'll have pregame starting at 6. Despite the Sabres win, they were officially eliminated from playoff contention last night. Montreal winning did that. It's officially 14 years in a row the Sabres have missed. To football, 15 days away from the NFL draft. Some visits yesterday. Jalen Milroe visiting with the Cleveland Browns. Also, Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart is visiting with the Browns this week, as well as the Raiders. Dart, who's been usually projected somewhere in the first to the second round of the draft. Trey Hendrickson, who has not signed yet in Cincinnati, reportedly is still on the trade market. Josh Kendall reports that it would take a first-round pick plus to get Hendrickson out of Cincinnati right now. Asante Samuel Jr., the top free agent corner, who is still out there, is dealing with shoulder/neck medical concerns still, according to Mike Garafolo, and that is why he is not signed with a team. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's Sal Capaccio.
Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio.
On WGR.
All right, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Sabres playoff drought extends to a 14th season despite their win last night. And, of course, we're 2 weeks and a day from round 1 of the NFL draft. It's cold outside, 22 degrees. Good morning.
Still not the longest drought in professional sports, though.
That's the Jets?
I think the Jets got them beat by like 3 months.
Yeah, the Jets will have the next opportunity to break it.
Yeah, they're not going to make it.
Well, we'll
right,
see.
I think.
You never know. You never know. Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline. He did his yearly conversation on the NFL schedule. Sal, it's that time of year. We're about a month away from the release of the schedule. So
a tradition unlike any other.
Yes. Your contact, your buddy Mike North. Tell us, first off, how did this all come to pass that you were able to do this every year with Mike North?
It's a great question. Years ago, I'd say maybe a good 6-7 years ago, I've been talking with Mike now for a while. Actually, Buffalo Bills PR director Derek Boyko actually hooked me up with Mike for a couple questions I had about the schedule. He said, "That's a good question for Mike." So I did, and then Mike's like, "Hey, if you ever want to talk about it, I'm more than willing to." And that's great. Let's do something on the air. And it kind of formulated from there, to be quite honest with you. So really just kind of grew out of that. And I'm a real, as you guys know, kind of a schedule geek, schedule nerd. I love that kind of stuff and putting the puzzle together. So it kind of really just became bigger and bigger. And once I realized how much of an appetite there was for it out there from fans, we decided to make it, even larger. So years ago, before I was doing the podcast with Matt Bove, it was just me and Mike. And, we went for over an hour at a time or whatever. And then now, the last 3 years now, Matt's been on It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. And Matt would always tell me, oh, my God, I love that pod you do. I want to be a part of it. Can we make it into this show? So we've done that. And this year, just like the last few years, it's gone for an hour and a half of a conversation with Mike North. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah. So as we get to it, we're about a month away. Your conversations with Mike, when do they start to piece it together? How much of it is it like a draft board, Sal, where there's, hey, let's get everybody together, we'll start to talk about it? Does it take months to get this thing from start to finish?
Yeah, it does. But nowadays it's way different, guys. It's computer generated, really, and they put in a lot of different kinds of things that they need to put in, and you tell the computer what you're looking for in some instances, and the computer just generates thousands and thousands and thousands of schedules. And then one of them eventually becomes the schedule. And he said, they have no idea what the final schedule is right now. None. There's lots of things still up in the air. Many things up in the air. The whole schedule, essentially. And then at some point, it spits one out, and they go to the commissioner, and he has the final approval. And he says, yep, I like that one. And they run with it. And we're not looking at that until, as you just said, about a month from now. He said probably the second week in May. Could it be a little bit earlier? Sure, it's possible, because it could spit something out where they go, we all think we like this. Let's do it. But they go through thousands and thousands of schedules. The computer does that, and then it spits something out, and they look at it and say, okay, this is the one we're going to roll with, after they tell it kind of where they want to play certain games and do certain things with certain teams.
Yeah, and that's especially, I'm thinking about international games and stuff like that, Sal, where they would surely know how often teams have played in those, and how much did you get into that when it comes to the international circuit, especially for the NFL, and where the Bills kind of play into that?
Okay, so big questions this year, obviously, with the Bills and international. We've had some rumors that the Bills could be playing in Ireland against the Steelers. So
right.
The Steelers are the host team in Ireland. We've talked about that. The Bills are at the Steelers this year. There's been a theory that Matt even put this theory to Mike North. Matt's theory is, okay, if Aaron Rodgers signs with the Steelers, there's no way. Because let's backtrack here for a second. Mm-hmm. A lot of the reporting early on was Packers-Steelers. It wasn't set, but a lot of people said, they're hearing Packers are going to be Steelers in Ireland. Well, what if Aaron Rodgers signs with the Steelers? Are you really putting that game on at 9:30 a.m. on a Sunday morning against the Packers? Aaron Rodgers against his former team? It just can't live there, right? You've got to put it somewhere else. So that would get you to, okay, who's another possibility? It would be the Bills. And he ran that theory by Mike. And sure, Mike's not going to dismiss that. He doesn't know who's playing there right now. He really doesn't. But he also said, yeah, that's certainly possible. But everything's on the table, including, which I learned, even division games. And if you look at it, guys, think about this for a second. There are actually, of the 7 international games, we know there are 7 international games this year. We know all of the home teams. We do not know any of the away teams. Out of the 7 international games this year, the Bills actually could be the opponent in 4 of them. And I was dismissing, like everybody else, they're not going to play the Dolphins internationally. They're not going to play the Jets internationally. They're not going to put division games there. Mike said, no, we've put division games there. That could definitely happen. And with the growth of these international games, you might see more of those down the road. Now, I still think it's unlikely, but let's just remember, it's not just the Steelers. There's a 4 out of 7 game chance that the Bills could be one of those opponents playing an international game. You have the Dolphins in Spain, you have the Steelers in Ireland, you have the Jets in London, and you have the Browns in London. The Bills are the opponents going to those teams and all those different situations.
How do you feel about, real quick, I heard you talk about the Steelers and the Bills in Dublin as a potential. I agree with you that Rodgers playing against the Packers again just does not feel like what you'd want to do there. The Bills losing a road game against Miami, you would think good, right? Because it's not another road division game, but that is a trip that Bills fans love to make, and it's not like Miami is the most hostile division, opponent. The Bills often take that stadium over, at least, a chunk of it.
That's a good point, Joe. I would say, let me put it this way. I think Bills fans might be more upset about losing a road game in Miami than Miami Dolphins fans about losing a home game to the Buffalo Bills, right? Because of what you just said, which is true. Now, the way it works is, and I want to be clear, you're not picking your opponent. They're not going to Miami and saying, do you want the Bills, yes or no? You have final say here. Who do you want? But what they do, Mike North said, is they will go to each team and say, okay, you are hosting this year. Dolphins, you're hosting in Spain. Here are all the 8 possibilities you could have. Give us your thoughts on any games you say you cannot put that game in Spain, or you know what, we're okay with these opponents. It doesn't mean we're going to adhere completely to what you say, but we will weigh it in consideration when we do this.
All right. Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline talking about his scheduled podcast with Mike North. Sal, you say an hour and a half, like all the things we talk about. I remember, what was it for? Was it Brady and New England, where you kind of learned that kind of matchup they would aim for early in the season? They would lean that way. So like that strikes me as if Rodgers is going to play against the Packers, or I remember Russell Wilson against the Broncos was a season opener, right? That was
week 1.
Those kind of it's about one person that tends to skew early, it would seem.
That's a good point. We did not ask him specifically, and I would have. This was on my notes to ask him, but we went so long I didn't want to keep going and take up his time. I was going to ask him that about Stephon Diggs. Does he move the meter for the Patriots against the Bills, right? Would that be something? But now in that instance, you have 2 different games. You could play that early and late, right? So you could schedule one of those early because you want to make sure you get Stephon against the Bills. He's coming off an injury. But what if he doesn't play early in the season because of the injury, right? Are you looking at that? It's also a division game. You could kind of fit that anywhere. It's a good point you make, Jeremy. Now, I will say, the Steelers game in Dublin is, I believe, going to be within the first 4 weeks of the season. We know that, first 4 or 5 anyway. So if you are thinking Rodgers, Packers, former team early, it does fit. It's just I don't know if the window fits where they want to put it. But speaking of windows, Bills related. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's early or late. I specifically said, and we put out a clip yesterday, you can find it on social, I specifically asked Mike North, has Josh Allen, even though he was already having this major impact on where you put the Bills, prime time, all these different games, and we could talk about holidays, by the way, as well. Like, now he's on the cover of Madden last year. He now has league MVP attached to his name and his resume. And, oh, by the way, he's marrying a superstar actress. Does that elevate him even more in the eyes of the schedule makers? His word, undoubtedly. So there you go. Like, the Bills are, and it doesn't have to be prime time. Let's remember, 4:25 p.m. windows are considered national television, huge number windows, market-wise, viewer-wise, I should say, for the NFL. So I'm just telling you, like, expect, again, very few 1 p.m. games this year.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. Like, you kind of just said it, but from talking to Mike North over the years and for this podcast that came out this morning, 4:25, are we at a point where it's valued almost the exact equivalent of what a primetime game is? That the league and the broadcast partners might treat it that way, because even though there are, there's always a Broncos game, I feel like, that's on at 4:25, but 95% of people are usually watching the big game in that window.
Yeah, of course, you're going to get your West Coast teams. They're going to play in that window, 4:05, 4:25. The 4:25 game is a little more reserved for the national window. 4:05 usually isn't. You're going to get your West Coast teams, but you're going to save those big teams, those East Coast games, those East Coast teams for playing in that window. Think about the Bills playing the Chiefs the last few years. Now, remember, several years ago, the Bills and Chiefs would play a Sunday night game or a Monday night game. Now, the last 3 years, guys, it's been CBS, 4:25 p.m., and judging by what Mike North said, I mean, like, they are drawing some of their biggest numbers of any game in the whole season, putting it there. So if you're CBS, you are clamoring for, we want to keep that. Now, they don't have full say over it. That's on the league, but the league understands that number is monstrous for them, for CBS, for everybody to put it in that window. So it feels like that might happen again. Remember 2 years ago, Bills-Eagles overtime game. He referenced that game and how monstrous that number was for the Bills and the Eagles to play in Philadelphia when that happened. You're right. It doesn't have to be primetime. These games, they are played at 4:25. Bills played the Cowboys there a couple years ago at home, as you guys know. Those are really massive windows that they like to take advantage of, and the Bills are a very big candidate to be a part of that again this year.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Did he talk about it all, as we're talking about your podcast with Mike North, which you can find in all the places? Where is it, Sal? Your YouTube page?
At Sal Sports on YouTube is the visual. It's the visual, and we have some graphics, and we throw it up, and people can see all that, and you can see Mike. Mike was in his office last 3 years. 3 years ago, Mike was literally in his car as his kids practice soccer. Last year, he was sitting at his living room table. This year, he's in his NFL offices, and people joke that he looked like he was in jail because he's wearing like an orange shirt or something in a smaller office. So you never know where Mike's going to pop up, but we appreciate his time. And then obviously wherever you pod on the audio side, that could be iTunes, iTunes, Spotify, and of course the Odyssey app.
Did you ask him all the pictures of follow-throughs on golfing on the side? Is it him?
I didn't.
It looks like he's got a series of pictures of himself
golfing,
hitting golf shots. I don't know if it's him or not.
I think he likes to play golf. Yeah, for sure. So
Okay.
I did not ask him any of that. What I don't know. Whatever else you guys want to get into is great. We touched on a lot, but holidays. But I mean, look. This is what we're doing now. We're playing a lot of holidays. There's going to be 3 Christmas games this year, and we know that 2 are on Netflix, 1's on Amazon. And one of the reasons why is because it is a Thursday night. It's normal. It's Amazon's night anyway, right? Amazon Prime on a Thursday night. They are not going to do. They don't need to do this year what they did last year. He said, which is the 4 teams playing on Saturday also play on Thursday because that was a quick turnaround with a Wednesday. This year it'll be treated like a Thursday, like a Thanksgiving, basically, right? With those teams on a Thursday, it could be anybody. I mean, I'll just again say, and again, I know people probably don't believe this. They may have an idea. They really don't know. They don't have the schedule, so he's not going to tell us if it is the case anyway. But just judging from everything we talked with Mike yesterday, and you can listen and judge for yourself, I just have a real feeling the Bills are going to be on one of these holidays, whether it's Christmas or Black Friday, and 6 teams will be playing on Christmas. It just makes a lot of sense. It could be them.
The thing I was going to get to, Sal, is he's been doing this for how many years?
About over 2 decades, I think now.
The question I was going to get to, does he let on that it's more interesting, more fun, more complicated, more stressful, more tedious with how many? Because as a viewer, I feel like a lot of us are thinking, okay, where's the game tonight? Is it? Oh, it's Netflix, it's Amazon, it's this, it's that, it's Peacock. Does that add challenges? Because now they have so many partners to deal with. It used to be 2 to 3, and now what are they at? Like 8?
Yeah, Jeremy, it's a great question, and I don't know if he would use. I don't know if you've ever asked if any specific word like that, but the challenge is right because of what you said, which is they want to take care of their TV partners, right? They do, but they also know that there's so many ways to do that, and they have these multi-year agreements where it doesn't have to be this year, and it could be next year. And yeah, sure, CBS wants every great game, and so does NBC, and so does Amazon Prime. They have to think about all those things. These are partners that are paying a lot of money for these entities, and assets, I think is what they call them. And, yes, there are a lot of challenges that come along with that. I asked them to share a story. It's a good story. You can listen. I won't share the whole thing. I said, give me a story about a team that was mad about their schedule. And he shared a good story about Steve Spagnuolo and calling him one time when he was the head coach of the St. Louis Rams, and how the conversation went that he was upset at the schedule after it came out, right? Like you have to think about everything here. And he said, though, that made him what Spagnuolo said about how they formulated their schedule that year actually did have them kind of reevaluate a little bit of, and you'll understand why. And they have another person in their department now who not just looks at, a lot of times you're looking at rest and buys and where that falls. Of where schedule falls because of a lot of different things. So there's a lot of different complicated issues here.
Sal Capaccio with us on the Western Hotline. Did you get into it all, Sal? If it being the final year at the stadium matters at all to the schedule, and I think especially when the thought be about who the final game would be, the final regular season game would be.
We did, Joe, and as you can imagine, they're going to have it in the back of their mind, but there's no way to predict who the actual game is against if the Bills make the playoffs, right? So all they could do is think about maybe the regular season. And on top of that, you're already playing a division game week 18. So if it's a home game, it's going to be one of 3 teams. We know that. It's either the Jets, the Patriots, or the Dolphins. There's no guarantee it's going to be week 18. It could be week 17. He said that they'll have that in mind, but they're not going to make the schedule around it. Because there's just so many unpredictables as far as how the season ends and all those kinds of things. It's really the new stadiums that they do think a little bit more about that than the old stadiums and closing it out. So as much as we here in Buffalo will very much pay attention to, okay, the final regular season game in that stadium is blank. This is not 2009 or 2010 anymore. The Bills are most likely playing home games. So whichever team that is, knock on wood, we're expecting more games to be played in that stadium beyond that, and no one can predict that.
Right. I'm wondering, this is less a Mike North question, this would be more a question for the Bills even, is like they'll because like you said, you can't really predict what you're doing for when the final game will be. They might even play a playoff game at home on like a Saturday and not know if the next week is going to be at home or not. Like, you might not know if that's the final one until like Monday. So I wonder if a lot of the festivities that the Bills do will be, in that final regular season game. Like, they'll almost kind of treat that like the last game, even though they'll know, they'll probably know that they're going to have a home.
I actually think, Joe, judging by my conversation with Pete Gwelly at the owners' meetings, I don't think it's going to be like necessarily. Now that you're implying everything would be done like this, I don't think it'd be saved for the final game. I think it's going to be a season of this.
The whole season?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think your season is going to be about the last game. It's not going to be we're all culminating to this one final game and we're going to send this stadium out. I think every game you're going to get a little bit and a little taste of that.
All right. Sal Capaccio. Sal, before we wrap up, you were at the topping out ceremony on Friday of last week, and we haven't talked to you since then, so I just wonder if you might be offer a thought as things keep moving forward.
I have a couple thoughts. I think I joined you guys the morning of before it happened, and I just want to reiterate what I said then, which is for people who grew up here and being told for decades as we were little kids that the Bills would not be here long term because the NFL doesn't put teams in Buffalo, and once their stadiums run their course, they're going to leave, and there's so much money to be made in other markets. Like, to have that moment, to have that day, guys, meant a lot. It really did. And I don't mean to sound cheesy or corny or anything like that. But, the Bills matter to us here a lot and to all of us, and for all different reasons in all different ways. And we can have our talks and our debates and our discussions about costs of stadium and who's paying. And I get all that. I do. But I'm just talking about having a football team here. I'm talking about what this team means to this area. And for 10 and 15-year-old Sal Capaccio and so many people like me out there to see this happening last week, it's pretty amazing because we never thought that would happen. We were told it would never happen. We were told that if it happened, it'd be in another city. And that was just pretty much my lifetime, to be honest with you, growing up. And I think that's awesome. And the second part of it is the physical aspect of watching it. I mean, I've never been a part of anything like that. I've never seen something like that. It was amazing. It was cool. I actually went to the ball drop one time in New York City, and it comes down and you celebrate. It's the opposite. It goes up and then you celebrate when it goes in. And, it's like that. It's very cool. The people that were there to be a part of it, to see all those construction workers and wearing all their bright colors and their hard hats and them celebrating their accomplishment and what they have overseen. I mean, just a really, really, really cool scene. I'm glad that we're here to have this. I'm glad for generations. Jeremy, for your kids, for my son, for anybody out there who has kids that are going to enjoy going to games and other events at this stadium, to know that is there. It's a part of our way of life that we maybe never thought we would get to, and it finally is here, and I think that's awesome.
And you guys might have talked about this while I was off, but Pete Gwelly talking about like a kickoff event at the stadium before a Bills game is going to be, I think, a lot of fun to play around with. I mean, my mind went right to concert, but I think I heard you at some point last week, Sal, talk about like maybe soccer or lacrosse or something too.
I think concert is a very, very big, it could be both. I don't think you're going to have necessarily one. Right. You're probably going to have a few events leading up. I think the challenge, Joe, is with a concert, what does that do to the field, right? I mean, how does that look? You're trying to, you guys talked yesterday with John Polka. He's talking about the grass that's being grown.
Yeah.
It's going to be put in. This is not natural. This is not turf. This is natural grass, right? How do you do an event to make sure that you keep everything in the best shape possible to also open up an NFL football season?
Right. Because, that's interesting. Because if you, when do you want to kind of roll that out, test it? Because they will have concerts, right? They will have concerts at that stadium. Yeah. Do you want to do that right away and maybe get it out of the way? It's like, okay, this is also practice for how does the field recover after, or like to your point, would they rather just push that off until after the season? Let's get a season in before we start messing around with, ripping up the grass that we've been growing for 2 years in New Jersey or wherever it is.
I think that's part of it too. Excuse me. I think that one of the things you want to do is you also want to get your fans familiar with the stadium, right? Now, I don't know what plans they have, but I would imagine at some point, if you're a season ticket holder, Like, you're going to want to have people in there to kind of get the layout and the feel of what the stadium is, to get into an event, kind of see it, understand where your seats are. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you want necessarily everybody just going in the first ever football game and going, where the heck do I go? You're talking to and all these ushers and people around are trying to point you in the right directions. I think you want to have the ability to at least give people a little bit of familiarity with it as well.
All right. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Sal Capaccio. You can, again, catch his podcast with Mike Northey and Matt Bove on the Sal Sports YouTube page and wherever you get your podcasts as well. 8 o'clock, Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast, joins us. 8:30, Paul Hamilton to recap last night's Sabres game. We'll dig back into that a little bit about what we're getting out of this end of the season from the Buffalo Sabres. They are playing like a good team. And they have also been eliminated from playoff contention. 5 straight wins, 14 straight years without the playoffs. So you want to chime in on that? You may. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 here on WGR.
official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Another win at home for the Sabres yesterday, 3-0 over Carolina. However, they did see their playoff drought officially extended to 14 seasons. Sabres eliminated after Montreal won yesterday. The Canadiens not clinched yet, but getting closer. Ottawa did also clinch last night a playoff spot, ending their own drought of 7 years. Next up for the Sabres is tomorrow against the Columbus Blue Jackets. That's a 7 o'clock puck drop lift pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. To football, we're 15 days away from the NFL draft. Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe visiting with the Cleveland Browns this week. Jackson Dart, quarterback from Ole Miss, visiting with Cleveland as well, also the Las Vegas Raiders. Elsewhere around the league, on Trey Hendrickson in Cincinnati, the Athletics' Josh Kendall reports that the Bengals' asking price on Hendrickson includes a first-round pick. Asante Samuel Jr. remains a free agent. Mike Garafolo says that's due to the medical concern of his shoulder and neck injury that he has been dealing with since last year. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealer.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Sabres win the draws. Quick pass up ahead. Trying to find a way to the net. Scores! Alex Tuch pulls his way to the net. 2-0 Buffalo.
One of the first moments of the game, for the moments in life go forth to Firth Jewelers. Sabres win 3-0, a shutout over the Carolina Hurricanes to extend their win streak to 5 straight. Unfortunately, though, eliminated from playoff contention for a 14th consecutive year.
When we started having these calls, I remember we were hitting you like with that steady run of Thanksgiving, right? I think you went to Dallas once for Thanksgiving, New Orleans for Thanksgiving. Yep. And it was sort of like, hey, everybody, meet the Bills. And what a fun way to do that. And it was almost like, oh, hey, they're a fun opponent. It's flipped the other way. Now they're the draw. And so you don't necessarily need that big other brand to make a Bills game relevant. Every Bills game is relevant. Every Bills game matters. And Josh has definitely ascended into that. You can't really get through a weekend of highlights and news and stats without checking on the Bills quarterback.
That's from the podcast, Mike North with Sal Capaccio and Matt Pope. I just retweeted Matt's link to it, so you can find it at the Sal Sports YouTube page in their conversation with Mike North. That's a good thing to remember, the way that he says it there about scheduling. We're probably about a month from the schedule coming out. I
think he said in there their target right now they think is May 15th.
Okay, so yeah. a month from next week.
Yeah.
So when we think primetime games, we think like, oh, well, Bills Eagles and Bills Chiefs and Bills Bengals, Bills Ravens.
Yeah.
And what he's saying there is like Bills Browns. Doesn't matter. There's not a game on the schedule you couldn't find and say, yeah, throw that on a Thursday night or throw that on a Monday because it's Josh Allen playing. It's Bills Saints. Throw it on because the Bills are, of course, the big draw. So
that kind of happened in 23, right? Where it was Tampa and Denver. Those were two games I remember not even thinking about for prime time, and then that ended up being a Thursday night game and a Monday night game.
And the Bills-Giants got a prime time game.
Sunday night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just who cares who the other team is? You can kind of play however you want with the Bills' schedule. I would bet how many Sundays at 1 last year? There were a good number of Sundays at 1 o'clock last year. 5? Especially down the stretch. There was maybe 3 in a row with New England in there. I would bet 4 o'clock is I don't want to say the most common time for the schedule this year, but there's going to be a lot of 4 o'clocks.
A lot of 4 o'clocks.
A lot of
sure.
4.
You mentioned Kansas City hasn't been prime time, like night game. How long? It's been 4:25 every time they've played, hasn't it?
The last couple times, yeah.
Yeah, like I can't remember the night game here during the COVID year. Right?
Yeah.
That's at night.
The year they play in Kansas City and there's a thunderstorm and it delays it, the Bills win by 38-20. That's a prime time. That's a Sunday night, I think.
That is?
I think so.
Or did it get dark because it was 4:25 and there was a delay?
I mean, I think the game ended late into the night.
Okay. Yeah, looking back on last year, remember though, last year there was a long stretch in the middle, right, where there was nothing at 1 o'clock. Let's see. Last year they went, 1, 2, they had like 5 or 6. Only a couple of primetime games at home, actually, last year. So, Sal mentions there, like, Allen, his profile getting turned up even more after winning MVP. And I don't doubt that he, every year, becomes a bigger name, more so for casual fans, I would say, observers more than hardcore football fans, or obviously knowing how good he is. But how much more is there really to go?
Right.
Like, you're already maxing out on prime times. You're always playing at 4:25. I don't really know what there is left to do on the Bills' schedule that would increase because Allen is a bigger star every year.
Yeah. I'm kind of thinking back to Sal's fun question about who's more famous, Josh or his fiance, Haley Steinfeld. Seen some clips of her lately talking about Buffalo, who's more famous. And, that's an interesting question. What if you made it Mahomes or Josh's fiance? Who's more famous? Because I feel like, is Mahomes more well-known than Allen? And if so, by what? 0.5%? Are there people on earth that know who Patrick Mahomes is that don't know who Josh Allen is? There probably are.
I could believe that, I think.
But you wouldn't expect it to be a big number. Like Josh, of the stars in the sport, I would say the 3 biggest draws to a television. Maybe I'm wrong here. This would be an interesting question for Mike North. Like, you've got your brands that are football teams, but the players are brands now. Wouldn't I say the 3 biggest are Mahomes, Allen, Jackson? That's your 3.
Yeah, that's right.
You want to say Burrow is just as good or on their level from a skill standpoint, and he's got what up franchise quarterbacks? I've got lots of franchise quarterbacks. The 3 biggest draws in the sport, are they not those 3?
They are. I don't have a good concept for how big a difference there would be between Mahomes and Allen. I mean, like, what Charles Barkley is crazy famous, right? And he would have been in the 90s when he was playing. Was he 0.5% less famous than Michael Jordan? No, he was probably like 70% less famous than Michael Jordan.
But Jordan to Barkley is not Mahomes to Allen. It's just not.
It's not?
No. Jordan, if you want to...
Sure?
Yes, I'm positive. If you want to make who's Jordan, it's Bird. Jordan and Bird. I mean, it's not just about championships. It's how many people know this person exists. The video game is Jordan versus Bird, or Jordan and Magic. I mean, Barkley was a great player. He
won an MVP.
He was, and he's maybe more famous because of his post-basketball career.
Right, yeah.
Shaq is another one like this, too. Like, post-basketball.
Yeah.
During his career, of course, Shaq is one of the biggest players in the entire sport.
That's where I don't know what Allen's star power is like that. Like, once you get past the sport, when you get to just, like because Shaq is just famous, right? Like, there is basketball famous, and then there is, you're just famous. Shaq's just famous. Allen, to me, is still just football famous. And but I don't know. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe this is the summer, or this is the year that he's really kind of transcended that from. Like, if he walks through a mall in Minneapolis, everyone's going to know who he is?
That's a good question.
Mahomes, I feel like, goes anywhere and he gets recognized. Allen, I don't know. If he goes to Seattle and he's in a Starbucks, is he getting recognized?
Allen was in Paris, and there were pictures of him having no pants or something. Or he ran in because he had split his pants.
I have no idea what
you don't remember the story.
About.
He ran into a restaurant.
His pants
from last summer.
Yeah, he ran into a restaurant, and people asked why he ran so quick. He said it was because he split his pants. So people are taking pictures of him running into a restaurant in Paris. He is with his fiancée. She's famous too. So anyway,
I've got this cartoonish picture in my head of Josh Allen in his drawers walking into a restaurant. I'm looking now, though. It's not quite what happened.
803-0550, our number. Real quick on Bills' top 30 visits. So 2 weeks and a day till the first round of the draft. And just looking at their visits, you could probably, maybe you want to set what they're going to pick. According to Ryan Miller of the Democrat and Chronicle here. I'm reading from yahoosports.com, not Ryan Miller, the Sabres goaltender. Top 30 visits. Corner, defensive tackle, 1. Edge, and then receiver, receiver. Ooh. 5 receivers.
All right.
And there's a very common theme here among the receivers. The receivers are Isaiah Bond, Keontre Lambert-Smith, 4.3740. Jalen Lane, 4.3440. Arian Smith, speedster from Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And Isaac, I don't know how to say his last name, Isaac Tesla, 6'4", 214, fastest shuttle by a receiver. Top 10, 10-yard split. Speed guys.
Speed receivers.
5 burner receivers.
And it's more than any other position except corner.
Right now, it is more than any other. I want to put that.
Or is it more? It's more than corner.
It's more than corner.
Oh, okay.
Yes, more than corner. The most top 30 visits are burner receiver. And yesterday, I saw something. This is always for me. It's whatever. We talk receiver a lot. Matt Harmon, reception perception, said, I came in thinking this was going to be a weaker wide receiver class, and while we don't have the same top-end talent of 2024, so far I found the likely late round 1 and day 2 range to be rich with players I like. If you're searching for a number 2 or number 3, you're going to find guys. And the Bills, we might debate about number 1. There's no doubt they're searching a number 2 or a number 3. 5 guys, 5 speedsters in for top 30 visits.
Yeah.
That's round late 2, maybe round 3, maybe round 4 to get their burner receiver.
But that it's on their radar is very.
Yeah.
I'm hopeful.
And I would just like, if we're connecting dots and a couple things here, they had Worthy last year in for a visit. All the other receivers, it was Tez Walker. There were burners last year. And then they get Coleman, who had a fast play speed, but isn't a field stretcher. And maybe now entering year 3 for Joe Brady, you take over the job on an interim basis. There was a lot we talked with Sal about as they're building their offense. He doesn't think about types. He's just going to build with whatever you give him. Maybe entering year 3, he says to Brandon Beane a little more forcefully after being one of the best assistant coaches of the year, like, it's time for you to get me my really fast piece.
Yep.
We've flirted with it, and this is the year to do it. You don't have to chase a number 1 receiver all the time. It's not as easy as just saying, I want to go get one. But it doesn't have to be that hard to just draft me a fast guy.
Yeah.
Not every team is looking for one as desperately as the Bills might be. So, worth noting, 5 receivers. Speed. And that's you want your defensive tackle, you want your corner, you want your edge, go get those 3 and then go get a fast guy. And you wonder there about McDermott and his comments about how you got to be a football player as well.
Bean said that too.
Yeah. So, there's like, looking at which receiver, if you're trying to peg where they're going to do it, over-under on 40 time. 4.4? No, wait, 4.38 is your over-under on 40 time.
Yeah.
And then I want to put an over-under on size. Because one of these guys is 6'3". Do they want that guy? Do they want the shuttle speed guy? Do they want the straight line guy? If you want to stretch the field horizontally and vertically, which is something that McDermott said, to me, that I almost want to say that guy is not likely to be 6'4". Just watch.
Not likely to be 6'4".
Not likely to be 6'4". You want a guy that gets off quick and goes vertical and horizontal and change of direction, is a speed problem, not just straight line speed, but speed horizontally as well. How many guys do that at 6'4"?
If they do, they usually go like early first round.
Yes, right.
You can't get them.
803-0550. More of your calls when we get back. Joe Marino, top of the hour, and the Locked On Bills podcast. We'll talk some draft. I got to ask him about running backs and this idea that, the Bills, if they wanted to go that way and kind of reset that clock, they could do it. So we'll do that among other things. It's all coming up here on WGR. Hey, golfers. I know you're out there. Go to getmyperks.com. We have your ticket to 8 amazing golf experiences. WGR VIP golf card for one low price of $129. Unlock a season of golf adventures. Diamond Hawk, Shamrock Hills, Attica's 10th hole, Bobolinks, Golf Dojo. Your WGR VIP golf card also hooks you up with a free box of premium Vero X1 golf balls from Encore Golf. And score deals at Rick Zurek Golf Warehouse on Transit in Bowmansville. Portion of the proceeds will benefit PGA Hope. Get the details and purchase your WGR VIP golf card today at getmyperks.com. I've got mine. The WGR VIP golf card for when it's not 22 degrees outside. Is it 24 now?
I was going to say the sun's out. It should be at least a little bit.
It's 25.
Time for building a better strategy for the Sabres, presented by SalesRebel.ai. Build better strategies. Visit SalesRebel.ai today to learn more. In the 10 games now that the line of Yuri Kulik, Tage Thompson, and Zach Benson have played together, they are outshooting opponents 48-39. They are outscoring opponents 8-4. They have a 59.8% expected goals for percentage. Scoring chances are 48-38. Most numbers, it's one of the best lines that Thompson's played on all year. So I might just think you start next year with the same thing.
Okay.
Maybe though, because I've loved Benson there. Lindy though yesterday kind of sounded like if Josh Norris was healthy, Benson wouldn't be on that line right now. That there'd be some things fiddled around in the top 6 and maybe Benson be more back on the third line.
I don't really know what to do with Benson because if he's making a line go, then let's have that happen. Because
he's so fun to watch.
Right, his game is amazing, but it's finally coming to production now on the score sheet as opposed to
a little bit
the fancy stat sheet.
Yeah, like his line is playing great. He still isn't really piling up points. I mean, he's got 2 assists in 5 games.
Right, like somehow he's the best player to never see the score sheet.
Right, because all the other advanced numbers are like he's the best Sabre on the ice. Like all these Corsi numbers and expected goals, like he's like the best Sabre player.
And he's still super young. He's
young. 19, yeah.
All right, 803-0550. Quickly before the break. Mark in Ontario, very fast. Hey, Mark.
Hi, just quickly, the Allen versus Mahomes, how recognizable they are. I believe amongst football fans, they're right on par with each other. But when you're talking about a notch or two that Mahomes is above, I think it's far more than that. And that's just your average person, your not regular football fan that's watched the last 3 or 4 Super Bowls. They're seeing Mahomes regularly, all the interviews, celebrations afterwards, and Josh Allen just does not have that. I think if Josh Allen got a Super Bowl, he'd be right up on par, but I think you do need that to be recognized by the non-core football fans and people outside of Western New York and Southern Ontario.
Sure. Thanks, Mark. Get him to a Super Bowl. 803-0550, our phone number. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast. When we return, we'll chat about the draft as we're about 2 weeks out and dig into what Joe has to say about some of these guys that have been in for a visit. We can talk about some of these receivers that came in, the corners that have come in, all of it. So stay tuned. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills, and Locked On NFL Scouting when we return on WGR.
Insiders Call, the West Her Hotline, brought to you by the West Her Automotive Group. Welcome to West Her, New York. Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550. The radio home of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres win again at home last night, 3-0 over Carolina. It's the first time in 9 years they've won the season series over the Hurricanes. Tage Thompson scores again. He's got 44 now on the year and is all by himself number one in the NHL in even strength goals on the season. James Reimer, 7-game win streak, the longest of his career. However, the Sabres were eliminated from the playoffs officially last night with a win by Montreal. 14 years in a row missing, which is by far the NHL record. They'll be in action again tomorrow night against Columbus in Columbus. That'll be a 7 o'clock puck drop here on WGR. To football. Draft is 15 days away. Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe visiting with the Cleveland Browns, as well as the Jackson Dart will be visiting with the Browns as well, and then also the Las Vegas Raiders for Dart, who has been projected sometimes in the first round, sometimes into round number 2. Trey Hendrickson reportedly would require at least a first-round pick to acquire in a trade that, according to The Athletic, the Bengals and Hendrickson have not worked out a contract just yet. And in the NBA, stunning news yesterday, the Denver Nuggets fire their head coach Michael Malone after 10 years, only 2 years removed from winning an NBA championship, and they were the 4 seed in the West. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Five guys, 5 speedsters in for top 30 visits.
Yeah.
That's round late 2, maybe round 3, maybe round 4 to get their burner receiver. I would just like, if we're connecting dots and a couple things here, they had Worthy last year in for a visit. All the other receivers was Tez Walker, burners last year. And then they get Coleman, who had a fast play speed, but isn't a field stretcher. And maybe now entering year 3 for Joe Brady, maybe entering year 3, he says to Brandon Beane a little more forcefully after being one of the best assistant coaches of the year, like, it's time for you to get me my really fast piece. Charting the Bills' visits and talk some draft stuff here. Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast, joining us on the Western Hotline. Joe's also doing Locked on Bills, Locked on NFL Scouting, and player profiles with Howard at our website. You can find out at WGR550.com. Number of player profiles going through some of the corners, into the defensive tackles. I'm reading Derek Harmon, Kenneth Grant. So check those out at WGR550.com. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hope you're doing well.
Doing all right. Do you like tracking who comes in for those top 30 visits? Do you feel like I feel like those are never smoke screens. Those are always, missions to find out about a guy, teach the guy about your facility, the way you operate things. So it's maybe the most honest assessment of what a team is looking at that we get. But that I'm ready for that to be somehow wrong. It just feels like, the positions they're looking at for the Bills, that's so far tackle, corner, and speedster at receiver. That's what we're looking at right now from the Bills.
Well, from the organization that puts their offensive players in a corresponding practice jersey of the uniforms that they're going to wear that week and plays the songs that they're expected to hear at an opposing stadium, I don't think anything the Bills do is not intentional. Mm-hmm. And so I do think that there is a lot of things that you can glean from considering the players that the players the Bills bring in for those 30 visits, because I think they do want to intentionally spend that time with those players and get them around their facility, see how they interact with people. I think it is very intentional.
They're looking at a lot of different things. Let's start with some of the players you've profiled at the website. These are not always going to be crossovers in terms of who might have come in for a visit and who might not come in for a visit. But one player you've got a profile on and has reportedly come in for a visit is Siobhan Ravel. So corner, I think most Bills fans are ready to line up at corner. The defensive tackle may be number 1B, 1A. But Siobhan Ravel, tell us a little bit about him. Trey Amos, a couple of these corners in for visits for the Bills.
Yeah, those are players I figured the Bills would be interested in. Savon Revel, East Carolina, he was on a heck of a trajectory, really strong 2023 season, and then kind of comes into the 2024 campaign with a ton of buzz and looks good early to start the season, and then he tears his ACL. But it seems like by all indications he's on track. You're happy that it happened earlier in the season. If it has to happen, that gives him maximum recovery time, and he really fits the Bills. I mean, length, physicality, he definitely tackles, versatile with coverage, but probably best in zone. I like him a good bit. It's just a matter of, I find corner to be the Bills' biggest problem, and do you want to entrust that position into a rookie, and a rookie coming off of an ACL that played at East Carolina and really didn't get tested by top receivers? And so I like Revel. Back when I evaluated him initially early in the season, I thought, I think this might be a top 20 player. But then when I kind of put it through the lens of the Bills, I do kind of talk myself into the need, the injury, and just is that where you want to put your eggs in that basket? Again, I think very highly of Revel, but I think there's some things to consider there. Amos, I really like. Trey Amos, Ole Miss. I think he's a player that's firmly in play at pick 30. I think Revel's in play at pick 32. So don't get that twisted. I think you get, obviously, a player that doesn't have an ACL injury. I will say Amos isn't quite the tackler or the hungry, run defender that you see from Revel. I think he's probably just sufficient in that area, where Revel, I think, is plus in that area. But I think you get some really good coverage versatility with Amos if you want to play more man or zone or bump and run. I think he gives you that upside. And plus, you might get some better ball skills out of Amos than Revel. So good prospects, both firmly in play at pick 30 if Buffalo wants to go corner.
How important do you think being eager in the run game is for a corner? Because a lot of what I had read about Asante Samuel Jr. as an idea is he's a good corner, but he doesn't really play the run well, so kind of forget about him as an idea for the Bills, especially at big money. Where does it rank for a Sean McDermott defense in terms of their corners and how much they need them to be that?
Of course, one of the influences in Sean McDermott's career is Ron Rivera, and I live in Charlotte, and I listened to Ron Rivera. This must have been 10 years ago, maybe longer, and he was interviewed on the radio and was asked about the defense and how good the defense was going to be that coming year. And Ron Rivera said, "Our defense, the success of our defense will be connected to how well our cornerbacks tackle." Like, okay, that's pretty big. And then, of course, Bean came out and made the comments that he recently made. Now, here's the part of the conversation that confuses me a little bit. Kyer Elam's the corner that the Bills drafted in the first round with this regime. And they did Trey White as well. But I would say both of those guys, neither one are very good tacklers or very good run support players. Now that I do invoke Trey White into the equation, I thought that was probably the one wart in his resume, particularly in the NFL, was just not a very consistent tackler. Kyer Elam coming out, I think most people would say the issue was, is this guy really going to tackle? Does he want to play the run? So they say that, and then the 2 first-round investments that they've made at corner, not players that I would identify as eager tacklers that love to fit the run.
Would you file that under something the Bills maybe feel like that they're drafting traits and they think they could coach that up or get that out of somebody after they get their hands on them?
100%, Joe, and I feel like that's characteristic not only of corners but in so many players that they've brought in. A lot of guys that need work, whether that's Josh Allen or Tremaine Edmonds or Dawson Knox or Spencer Brown or Greg Rousseau, I think they like to get a baseline level of skill and physical upside, and of course they love the habits, and they say, talent plus habits, we can get the rest out of them. And I think that is absolutely something that the Bills subscribe to, and they might like it. They might like to say, hey, you're not a finished product, and we kind of like that. We want to get you in our ecosystem and really get you the rest of the way in terms of fleshing out your full skill set.
Is there any other corner you feel like is worth focusing on here that would be a first rounder for the Bills? Sometimes you see Maxwell Hairston from Kentucky get mocked to them. I think for the most part, the top 3, if I'm including Travis Hunter in this, Hunter, Barron, Will Johnson are always they're gone, and then it's really the rest of them that are worth considering for the Bills.
Yeah, I think Maxwell Harrison is definitely in play. In fact, I'm pretty sure Mel Kiper Jr. in his mock draft yesterday had the Bills drafting Harrison. And, yeah, I'm a big fan. You're going to look at the athletic profile. He ran, I think, in the 4.3s, 4.2s, something like that, and you say, wow, man corner. I certainly think he has the physical upside to play man, but he's a very polished zone player, very instinctive. Love his aggressive nature. This guy wants to drive on everything, and he had a shoulder injury last year, so if you read scouting reports talking about, he doesn't tackle, I think that's not taking into consideration that he had a shoulder injury and played through it. If you watch him before the injury, if you watch him in 2023, this guy was like aggressive to a fault as a tackler, and that's probably one of his warts as a 183-pound corner, that this guy wants to hit everything, and of course had a shoulder injury this year. So, yeah, you could absolutely talk me into Maxwell Harrison at pick 30, and I think you get both a very instinctive zone corner that likes to tackle but has all the athleticism in the world to mirror and match and play man coverage.
Joe, if you're going to tier the corners, where is the break for you? Like 3, 4, and if so, what I'm getting at is, we know Brandon Beane likes to move up or down. If the tier break is 4 when the Bills are up on the clock, well, then he maybe moves down. Or if it's one player away, that 2-pick slide is something we see them do a lot. Where does the tier break come for corners for you?
Yeah, so what you're saying, Jeremy, is he's going to trade that 4th-round pick, move up a couple of spots, right?
Yep, like he always does.
To do, which is interesting because I just did an article for my Substack where I broke down all of Brandon Beane's trades that he's made on draft day. Do you know that his last 7 trades that he's made in the draft have been either trade down or out of a pick? So there's been a big shift in some of those trade behaviors on draft day. But in terms of the corner tiers, this is how I do it. I think your tier 1 corners are Travis Hunter, Will Johnson, and Jahdae Barron. I don't think those guys are in play for the Bills at 30. Then you have the crop of players that I do think is in play for the Bills at 30. Trey Amos, Azareye'h Thomas from Florida State, Maxwell Harrison for Kentucky, and then I would loosely lump in Savone Revel out of ECU. And then I think you get, okay, if you got to wait, you don't get it done at pick 30, you want to wait to the second round, I think you get into this bucket of Darian Porter, Iowa State, and it gets a little dicey. Maybe Jacob Parrish for Kansas State if they see him as a fit. And that's why I feel like there's got to be urgency to get the corner, because when I work through these scenarios, when I do simulations, these corners are gone. And so if it's at 30 or even trade out of the first round and still get the corner, I feel like that has to be a high priority, because if you wait on the corner, I just think you're going to come up empty.
So corner might be scarce. Defensive tackle, is that the other end of the spectrum where there is a lot?
I think so. And one thing that I struggle with based on kind of where I feel like maybe big media is, or even, mock drafts, I feel like I think so much more of some of these defensive tackles like a Kenneth Grant, like a Derek Harmon, and I personally struggle to see the path for them to get to 30, but they just keep getting to 30 in these different forecasts that we see, and just feels like some of those valuations are different than I see those players. So I think Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon, I think when you get past corner, I think that nose tackle 1 tech position is one that is got to be the second biggest priority for the Bills. I think those are slam dunk picks at 30, but what I like about the defensive tackles is I feel like there are some players on day 2 that you might be able to wait and get, whether that's Alfred Collins out of Texas, Tyleik Williams out of Ohio State, who the Bills are having in for a 30 visit. I think that would be a very attractive player to get in the second round. I like Darius Alexander from Toledo. I like Josh Farmer from Florida State. So I feel like those options become a little bit more you got more of them, if you will, if you wait on the D tackle. So if you want to play the draft in terms of talent cliffs, I think you go corner, then D tackle in terms of where they fall off and where you really feel like options that would make sense for the Bills will be available.
Is it, when we're talking about need and defensive tackle, is it just about the big guy, or do you think they need multiple types of tackles?
I think I find myself most concerned about the 1 tech, where at the 3, you've got Oliver. You've got, of course, Ogunjobi, who's going to be suspended for 6 weeks. But Sean McDermott said at the owners' meeting that the plan was for him to play the 3 and spell ed. And then you have Dwayne Carter, 3rd-round pick from last year that profiles more as a 3. At the 1, you have Daquan Jones, who's 33, expiring contract. So not only do you need to kind of like find a plan to replace him beyond this season, but he needs a running mate. Like right now, the Bills' rotation at defensive tackle, if they went 4 deep in week 1, it's Daquan Jones and Ed Oliver with Carter as a backup who's going to play because they play 4, meaningful snaps for 4. And then who's the other guy at 1? Is it Zion Logue? Is it Branson Dean? That should send off some alarms in terms of the need not only right now, but of course layering into Daquan Jones as an expiring contract. I mean, that's a big deal to me. I think they've got to find a meaningful answer at the 1 tech.
Right. It feels like if they didn't address that a meaningful way in the draft, that'd be one of the positions we're talking about for that second wave of free agency after the draft.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I'll familiarize myself with those options.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
but I mean, even guys like Mike Pennell who have kind of hung around for a while, those guys are snatched up. So I'll get familiar with that if necessary. But yeah, and McDermott said they're probably going to be young at that spot to start the season, and so I'm anticipating an early pick on a D tackle.
I almost feel like this is where context matters. If you're McDermott, and having your draft conversations about if you're going to go that route, you might just kind of jokingly say, let's not do the Linval, Joseph, Puna, Ford, Quentin, Jefferson. Right. Let's get off that carousel once and for all.
Yeah, and of course there's a million benefits to not doing that, but also some cost control, right? I mean, being able to have a player on a 4-year rookie contract as, your roster continues to get expensive. I think there's some areas on this team where cost control for specific roles, whether that's D tackle, whether that's tight end 3, whether that's maybe another linebacker. I think there's some areas where just when you think about the economic balance of your roster, you want some cost control, and I think that would help you solidify not only that component, but also get away from, trying to find some vets late in the season that can come in and have a pulse and get you through some games.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, Locked On NFL Scouting podcast, and profiles at our website with Howard at WGR550.com. Joe, I want to get to running back. Joe and I, Sneaky Joe here, and I got into it yesterday, the day before, about how easy it might be to replace James Cook. Now, it's been kind of quiet for a couple days. Nothing really going dramatic here. The Bills don't have to make a move, but if they were to decide, you know what, let's get out in front of this thing, let's draft a running back, I read a lot that there's a lot of exciting potential in this draft for running backs. So the two-part question is, if Cook were to be not a part of this offense, would you be concerned by what's behind him filling in adequately, given that he's their most explosive guy? And how much faith would you have that, you could get a guy in this draft? It's a good crop of backs to step in if the Bills decided to go in that direction.
That's a good question. I'll start by saying this. James Cook's a good football player, and he helps the Bills' offense, and the explosive component, the big play component that he provides the Bills' running back room is significant. I think you can simultaneously appreciate that and appreciate his own development that we've witnessed across 3 seasons, and realize that James Cook benefits from the infrastructure in Buffalo with Josh Allen as a quarterback, with the offensive line, with the run scheme. It benefits him as well. So I think there's 2 sides of that to acknowledge. So with that in mind, I don't get concerned about replacing James Cook. I think you have a good pair in Davis and Johnson who are locked up for the next 2 seasons, Davis the next 3. And I think what you would want to do is just find that home run hitter. I don't think you need to go out and find the guy that's going to come in and play the 45, 50% of the snaps that you're getting from James Cook. I think you want to find somebody that can replace the big play ability. That's the skill set. And you can redistribute the snap share differently, and I think that's fine. And so I think that's what the Bills would need to do is find that big play back. And I actually just did an episode of Locked On Bills maybe yesterday, 2 days ago. It all runs together, where I profiled all of the big play explosive backs, and there's options that would make sense, right through the kind of second to fifth round range. And so that's what I would hope the Bills would do is, you don't need the guy to come in and be the 50% of the snap guy. You need a guy that can come in and provide the home run hitting element out of your backfield.
Do you have a name there that you kind of sneaky love if it did happen?
I love Travion Henderson from Ohio State, but we're talking about probably a second-round pick there. And so you wouldn't do that, I think, unless you traded James Cook right now, right? I think that wouldn't make much sense. I like Bashal Tutin out of Virginia Tech, 4.3 speed, absolute burner, has some physical elements to his game as well, so not just a fast guy. He really pops for me. I like Jarquez Hunter out of Auburn, who's a no-nonsense, put your foot in the ground and go. I think he has a ton of kick return upside as well. Not that he did it, but I think the way his skill set profiles makes a lot of sense. And Brashard Smith out of SMU, another home run hitter, converted receiver, 3 years of playing receiver at Miami, and then he goes to SMU and switches to running back, and he looks really good for a guy that's kind of a convert, maybe a little bit of a Tyrone Tracy parallel there with more explosiveness. I think those would be some names that really pop, but there's 5 or 6 others as well.
How likely do you think that is to happen? The Bills, without Cook being, like if he is on the team this year, they fully plan on him being the lead back, that they would add another name to this list in the range that you talked about, 2 to 5, because especially like maybe 3rd, 4th, 5th round, because they do already have Davis and Johnson behind Cook. So when you start to get down to the numbers game of it, Joe, I would start to wonder, all right, I might like the prospect, but what types of opportunities are we going to get to see him this year before, James Cook could depart after that?
Yeah, I think that's what kind of moves me off the idea. It'd be difficult to invest that pick and pretty much just redshirt him for this season. Well, that's potentially not a bad thing. You'd have a year of seasoning to get him going. But, you talk about rookie running backs and that initial contract, that's kind of when you want to maximize your opportunities to utilize the player. So maybe, that's something to be mindful of. If the Bills were to make that move, I wonder if I don't wonder. I know that the trade conversation for James Cook would certainly intensify, and we'd be curious where that goes. I think maybe the piece of this conversation that we need to think more about is Darrington Evans. Darrington Evans profiles as a big play back. He's had 3 stints on the Bills. But here's the thing. Like last year when he got injured in preseason, he was having a great preseason. They put him on injured reserve and designated him to return. Like they committed one of their, 6 spots where you can bring a guy off of injured reserve. And it just never got to the point where they had the roster spot available, but then they bring him back. Is that kind of your hedge this year where, you want that big play back? So you kind of have this guy that's been around, that's had some good moments that you liked well enough to commit a spot to last year. Is that kind of your fallback this year if things go off the rails and then, you really look to, all right, Cook leaves, you're not on the same page, you don't want to pay him, and then you probably look for the back in the 2026 draft that would resemble the guys we're talking about right now.
Last thing for today, Joe. All these teams are in the same draft, and they have different goals going in. I'm reading a little bit about the depth of the offensive tackle draft and how many good ones there really might be. And if you're a Bills fan watching Thursday night, you might be, or in Friday as well, rooting for tackle, as many as you want, because the Bills, from an offensive line standpoint, they've got a lot of pieces locked up. It's not something they'll chase. Do you subscribe to the idea that a lot of offensive tackles could be going in the first 2-3 rounds?
I do think so, and I think that is good for the Bills because, offensive tackles, they're in good shape, whether it's the starters or the reserves. I think maybe the offensive line conversation worth having is on the interior, where Connor McGovern and David Edwards are both expiring contracts. They have some young players in the pipeline that could be potential successors, but maybe not. And, Osiris Torrance is trending towards becoming a very expensive guard, the way that the guard market has boomed. So it looks good right now, but I think very quickly there could be some shifting on that interior. So that's something to keep in mind. If you think about those sneaky spots where, we're probably not talking enough about where there could be an investment that is early in the draft, it might be interior offensive line. But, yeah, more tackles off the board, the better.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills, Locked On NFL Scouting. 2 weeks in a day from the draft. Keep checking at WGR550.com. He and Howard Simon putting together those player profiles that you can read up on. Joe, thanks. We'll chat next week.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Joe Marino. On the offensive tackle, Joe, I found this. Jason from overthecap.com had that. It was a link to Greg Cosell. Greg Cosell said on the Ross Tucker podcast there could be 20 tackles taken in the first 3 rounds, offensive tackles. Mm-hmm. And Jason from Over the Cap basically pointed out a lot of the draft is deciding we got to get the positions that are really expensive to get if we don't get them in the draft. Those positions are quarterback, receiver, edge, interior line, and offensive tackle.
Yeah.
Those positions do not move teams as much as the other ones do. And of the top 20 paid tackles, here's the stat for you from Jason at Over the Cap. The top 20 paid tackles, 86% were taken in the first 3 rounds. That is the number 1 position in the NFL in that department. Where are you most likely to find your starter? The position where it's the most likely, and they're in the first 3 rounds, is offensive tackle.
Yeah.
And the Bills have two
of them.
And they were taken in the second and the third.
Yeah.
So flyers on tackles,
they don't really happen.
That doesn't really happen, right? 803-0550, our phone number. Paul Hamilton on the other side will recap the Sabres win. Also have their Masterton nominee. Jason Zucker has been nominated as the Sabres Masterton Trophy nominee. So just saw that moments ago, and we'll chat about that with Paul and their win and another playoff, miss as the drought rolls on. Jeremy and Joe, Paul Hamilton on the other side here on WGR.
radio home of the Buffalo Sabres. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres win again on home ice, 3-0 last night over Carolina. James Reimer in net gets a 7th consecutive win. That's the longest streak of his career. Tage Thompson scores again. He needs 3 to reach his career high and 6 to get to 50 for the first time in his career in the final 5 games. Sabres and Blue Jackets tomorrow. Despite the win yesterday, the Sabres were officially eliminated from the playoffs. The Montreal winning last night ends it for the Sabres. Canadians getting closer to a playoff berth. Ottawa, by the way, clinching a playoff berth last night for the first time in 8 years. They're headed to the postseason. To football. The draft is 15 days away. Alabama quarterback Jalen Milroe visiting with the Cleveland Browns this week. Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart also visiting with Cleveland and the Las Vegas Raiders. Trey Hendrickson hasn't signed his new contract yet with the Cincinnati Bengals. Josh Kendall of The Athletic reports that Cincinnati's asking price in a trade for their star pass rusher includes a first-round pick and would be more on top of it. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year. It's Paul Hamilton.
That's what they called me in college. It's the bone.
He has the facts to back up his opinions.
People ask me, well, how are the Sabres are they going to win tonight? I don't have a clue.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Paul Hamilton joining us. His appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda Raylax. We got this. We'll, of course, get into last night's game. The Sabres beat Carolina, a 3-0 shutout for James Reimer. But we also got news just a moment ago. Jason Zucker selected as the team's nominee for the Bill Masterton Memorial Trophy awarded to the NHL player who best exemplifies the qualities of perseverance, sportsmanship, and dedication to hockey. And he is not just a one-year wonder for the Sabres. Of course, they extended him. So, Paul, a nice nod to Zucker, who has come in and played pretty well and liked it enough to stick around. So I feel like of all the things this season, Zucker is a good story for the Sabres.
Yeah, he is. And, we had a chance to chat with him about it. And, he said that, one of the things, he was brought in for was his leadership. And Lindy Ruff wanted to try to establish a culture, as all coaches do. We know that's a word that all coaches will use, but very few coaches actually, I think, get it done. Sean McDermott, I think, is one that did. But it's not something that a lot of coaches can get done, and it was something that really aggravated Ruff that, he didn't get this thing fixed in time, for the Sabres. And Zucker talked about, that they didn't get the culture they wanted on this team in time, and he feels like they've made a lot of strides towards that right now. But it didn't happen in the time frame that he would have liked as a leader on this team. But he can see it. I can see it. The difference in these players now, and how they're acting and how they're playing for each other on the ice and being there for each other. When mistakes are made or when there are scrums or things like that. It's like an all-for-one attitude that all of a sudden that they have. And it is a shame, that, they were officially eliminated from the playoffs yesterday. And this attitude that they have and the way that they're playing and the things that Zucker and Alex Tuch and Tage Thompson and Rasmus Dahlin are trying to teach these guys, it took too long, unfortunately, for this season. Whether it comes into next season and carries over, we won't know until October.
And what continues to work for them, Paul? Because I heard you in postgame talking about this with the players, and the stats too say it, that they got outshot against Carolina yesterday. But I have a tough time declaring it as. Sometimes you could look at numbers over a stretch and say they're not really getting many shots, they're not getting a ton of chances, but they're scoring. It must be luck, and I'm sure there's some of that. But all these goals are nice. You know, like especially the ones Thompson is scoring and that set play that Tuch scores on yesterday. So, like, what are you seeing from them offensively recently? The way they're scoring goals, the way Thompson especially is scoring goals compared to maybe some of the struggles they had early in the year.
Well, before the game started yesterday, they're 7th in the league in goal scoring. I mean, they have kind of come up the ladder, and when you talk about winning 16 out of 20 home games, in those 20 games, they're 2nd in the league in scoring. So scoring hasn't been a problem for a lot of this season. It was for a long time, when they went in that 13-game swoon and other places in the season. It did come into play, but I think part of, and Lindy Ruff talks about this, and what he was trying to get across to these guys, and they just weren't getting, is if you play the right way, you will get offensive chances because you're going to defend very well, and then you're going to get into transition quickly, and then you're going to spend a lot of time in the offensive zone, getting opportunities and getting chances. And you look at last night's game. Most nights, I think the eye test and the numbers match up. A lot of nights I'll say, boy, this team really didn't do very well at all, and somebody will mention the numbers, and they match to what you're seeing. Last night was not that at all. If you really think about it, the Sabres had, Lindy Ruff mentioned it, and I agree 100%. My eyes did not see the Buffalo Sabres get dominated like the shots and shot attempts would say they did. I think the Sabres actually had the better of the opportunities. They had some golden opportunities. There was one where they came down in a 2-on-1 and Jack Quinn basically got fed for a layup, and I don't know if the puck stood up on him or what happened, but he actually shot the puck into the corner. I mean, he missed the net that badly, and I think the puck was up on end when it got to him, and, that's just not usually, what happens, but it was just a glorious scoring opportunity. McLeod had a couple of chances where he got in alone. Once he stopped, once he had the goalie come out on him, and he was on the backhand, and he got by the goaltender. There was still a little bit of an empty net for him. He was on a bad angle by that time, and he wound up hitting the side of the net. So there were just, and I could mention a lot more great chances.
Tuch had an empty net near the end of the third. It just rolled off his stick a little.
Yeah, and he missed the net. So, in my opinion, last night was one of those nights where I don't think the numbers matched what we saw. I think the Sabres played just fine. Reimer, yes. Did he have to make some big saves? Yes. Aho, who usually is a Sabre killer, 16 goals in 21 games coming in. Against the Buffalo Sabres, Reimer made 2 bell ringer saves on him from the slot. He was there when his team needed him, definitely, and made big saves when his team needed him. But I don't think they got dominated.
Paul Hamilton joining us on the Western Hotline. Paul, Joe and I talk a lot about Benson as a player. He's been here, he showed up, and he impressed everybody. And I wonder what you feel his ceiling is, or where there is to go. Because Lindy, when he got here, I can remember the first time asking him about Benson, he interrupted and say, I love this kid. And there's so much to like about him. And I just wonder, what kind of player they might envision him becoming, growing into where the finish line is for him.
It's funny. I see him every game, and I've seen every game he's played and in the NHL, and I just still say to myself, against the Bruins the other night, when he got to the crease and just kept pounding at the puck and pounding at the puck and pounding at the puck, he had 2 Bruins draped all over him. The 2 defensemen that were draped on him were 6'4" and 6'3", and they both weighed over 215 pounds. And he stood there and won the battle easily. Now, he's listed at 5'10", 170. I don't know if he is 5'10". I'm 5'9", and I think I look him square in the eye, and I may be still a little bit taller than him. And I still am amazed how he wins battles like that, or how he can be on the ice on his hands and knees and still protect the puck in a battle against the wall, or win battles on the wall. Now, he played 71 games last year, only had 11 goals and 30 points. He's played 70 this year, has 10 goals and 27 points. But he's only 19. In May, he'll become 20 years old. His last year, a junior, he scored 36 goals in 60 games and 98 points in 60 games. Usually, guys who are big scorers in junior, like he was with the Winnipeg Ice, tend to be able to pick that up in the NHL. And he's going to get bigger. I don't think he's reached adult size yet. I think he's going to get bigger and stronger. He'll put the work in. That I know. I've seen how he works. And he'll put the work in for it. And I think when he gets a little bit stronger, where he'll even be better in those battles, I think some of the goals will come. Can he become a 20-goal scorer? Reputation and numbers tell me, yeah. Whether it happens or not, I can't guarantee that or anything. But, yes, I do think there's an upside to his offense. And I think he's going to be even stronger, which will make him even better in those battles that I was talking about.
Paul, another goal last night for Alex Tuch. He now leads the league in shorthanded goals, by the way, with 6. And I actually heard Rob Ray and Dan Dunleavy for a minute talk about this it was Marty. Marty in intermission talked about this on the broadcast last night about getting his contract done this summer. Because he quietly, we haven't talked a lot about his deal, but it's up after next season. They could sign him, I think, July 1st? Do you have an indication at all yet on just how likely that is? I feel like it usually comes away as being assumed that, they'll get that done because he's from here and he loves it here and he was a Sabre fan growing up and they obviously would want him. Is that your approach too, that you aren't thinking much about a future for the Sabres that doesn't include Alex Tuch right now?
No, I'm not giving a 29-year-old an 8-year contract, which some people are suggesting should happen. It's just not good business right now. But I definitely think he needs to be brought back because what are they going to be looking for in the offseason? A good, solid veteran to pair with Owen Power, a good, solid veteran that they can put into their top 6. And my thought is, why would you eliminate a good, solid veteran who's in your top 6 and not re-sign him? It wouldn't make any sense to me. They need more players like Alex Tuch, and that's what they need to be looking for. Or Jason Zucker, who we were just talking about for the Masterton Trophy a few minutes ago. They need more guys like that than fewer of the guys who are the younger or maybe weren't developed the way they should be. I think Kulik was. I think Kulik's development was just the way it should have gone with over 100 games in the National Hockey League. But a lot of the young players, some of them didn't even spend any time at all in the minors. Dylan Cousins would have been one of those guys who was just traded from the Buffalo Sabres. So, I just think that it wouldn't make any sense to me not to bring him back and do everything you can to re-sign him. An $8 million contract or something like that with a guy who now is, he said this is the second 34 goals is number 2 on his list, and how many goals he scored. His best year was 36. So for a guy who can put the puck in the net, for a guy who, and I wrote about this yesterday, who is 5 block shots away from the NHL record for block shots for forwards in a year, and also leads the league in steals. I have never seen anybody like him when it comes to stealing the puck, sneaking up on guys, and constantly sneaking up on guys, stripping them of the puck, turning around and turning it into a breakaway or a 2-on-1, and turning it into offense and goals. I don't know how he does it. But he just is able to. He talked about he uses a longer stick than most people would his size. And he said that's part of it for both those things because he gets a lot of block shots. He said that way too. But it helps him, where guys don't think maybe they're in position to have the puck stripped of them. It allows him to get in there and do that. So there are so many elements of him that he does. Lindy Ruff talks about the little things, the 1%ers. Well, there you are right there. The guy who leads the league in forwards and block shots and steals, and also has 34 goals, and also leads the league in shorthanded goals. You know, and that's the type of guy you want to keep.
Paul Hamilton on the Sabres. Thanks, Paul.
Yep, no problem.
Paul's appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. Worst Call Wednesday, when we return.
Oh, there was a bad one.
Oh, we've got it. Open for the rest of the show for your phone calls, your comments on the chat, whatever you're up for. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Time now for Worst Call Wednesday. Brought to you by Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center.
You cannot do this. Oh my gosh. This is unconscionable. You cannot do this in a game that's this good. This is one of the worst pieces of officiating I have ever seen, and I've done this for 25 years. I hate this call, and I would say the same thing if they were doing it to Shea. The free throw's good to tie the game at 108. You cannot, Michael, throw a star player out of the game for talking to a fan.
Time for Worst Call Wednesday, brought to you by Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center. That is what happened in Lakers Thunder. Luka Doncic got thrown out because the official, not kidding here, thought that Luka made a shot, and then he thought Luka was talking trash to him.
Mm-hmm.
Luka was talking to a fan that had been chirping him.
Yeah.
So he just threw Luka out of the game. Lakers Thunder, hilariously bad call. Everybody on the court knew it right away, except for the official that was personally offended that, I thought you were talking to me. Sorry, you're ejected.
It is the it's the dumbest sport with this. It really might. Every sport thinks their own referees are the worst. I think it is the NBA.
Yeah.
Because what other sport constantly throws important players out like they do? Steph's been ejected from games. Luka's been ejected from games. I mean, Draymond gets ejected from every game. LeBron's been ejected from games. What other sport constantly throws out star players like they do? For talking trash. Mahomes doesn't get tossed from games. Allen doesn't get tossed from games. Crosby, Ovechkin, these guys don't get tossed. NBA stars get tossed from games way too often.
It's just wild. Like, Lakers Thunder's a great game, too.
It was. He just said that free throw, technically through, tied the game.
Yeah.
What ended up happening?
Thunder won by 16.
By 16.
Yeah. Worst Call Wednesday from that official. Worst Call Wednesday brought to you by Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center. That's the worst call on the field, on the court. But one of the worst calls you could make is to skip your recommended cancer screenings. To learn more about potentially life-saving screening recommendations and guidelines, visit roswellpark.org/screening. When we get back, a really good deep dive into receiver, running back, tight end, the quarterback class as well. Matt Waldman, he does his rookie scouting portfolio every year. You can order it. I've purchased it. It's $20, one of the most comprehensive things. I'm using it for fantasy. Like fantasy football stuff, draft prep. It's incredible. And Matt Waldman joins us when we return. So we'll get to that, get some draft stuff. I got to tell you about this Masters draft that I'm in. Very exciting for that. And the Masters is tomorrow. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
More of Jeremy and Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo and WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo, 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey sports station.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studios. Injured? Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Sabres win again last night, 3-0 over Carolina. That is 5 straight wins, 7 straight wins at home, also 7 straight wins for James Reimer, the longest streak of his career. The Sabres, however, were officially eliminated from the playoffs last night with a Montreal win. So that is a 14th consecutive season not making the playoffs, by far an NHL record. Only trailing the New York Jets is the longest drought in professional sports. Next up, tomorrow in Columbus at 7 o'clock. To football, we are 15 days away from the NFL draft. Jalen Milroe, quarterback at Alabama, reportedly visiting with the Cleveland Browns yesterday. Jackson Dart, quarterback from Ole Miss, also visiting with the Browns this week. He'll also visit with the Las Vegas Raiders. The Athletics' Josh Kendall reports that Cincinnati's asking price in a Trey Hendrickson trade would include a first-round pick, but would be more than that. And Asante Samuel Jr., top corner free agent, remains a free agent, is still one because Mike Garafolo says he has a medical concern with his shoulder/neck injury that has been giving teams pause, and that's why he is still unsigned. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Good morning, Jeremy and Joe.
Good morning, guys. Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Hello there.
Hi, everybody. Hey, guys. How you doing today? Hey, good morning, guys.
Hi, guys. Great show. Love it.
Good morning, guys. Big fan of the show.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now.
All right, draft season upon us, of course. 2 weeks from tomorrow, the first round. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. It's cold here. I'm going to warm you up with some knowledge. Matt Waldman joining us. He of the Rookie Scouting Portfolio has created that. You can order that at mattwaldmanrsp.com. I have my copy for this here. Drops April 1st. We're into April. Matt, good morning. Congratulations on another comprehensive edition, and thanks for joining us.
Hey, it's always a pleasure. Thanks for having me.
So, before maybe people that aren't familiar with you, the Rookie Scouting Portfolio, you've been putting it together since 2006. Your process and who this benefits, who would be interested in this?
Sure. So the Rookie Scouting Portfolio is one of the 2 most purchased draft guides for cross-referencing purposes for NFL decision makers and scouts, according to college recruiters I talked to, like Alex Brown over at Ole Miss, who used to be the recruiting director at SMU and Rice, and before that with Tom Herman at Houston. So it's been around for 20 years. It's specifically centered around quarterback, running back, wide receiver, and tight end. And so I have a fair amount of scouts who read the book for cross-referencing purposes. But if you're a football fan and you're looking for just really in-depth scouting reports that show the process for how I grade players and how I define everything that I grade, and do it in an entertaining way so that you can see how these players differ from each other within the class, but also within the past 3 years of classes, this book is going to be something that you're going to really enjoy, because you can look at these players 2, 3 years, 4 years from now and see what the original reports say. So when they move around the league a little bit and find a better fit, you can see how that works out. So it's also great for fantasy football because, I'm a senior staff writer of Football Guys. So what I decided to do was to make this, in one part, kind of a football-approved type of process for scouting that's also used a lot by fantasy players for rookie drafts for their redraft leagues when they're looking at rookie talents, and you can see how much more these guys are having an impact each year. And this book is also something where, I've provided scouting reports for a variety of coaches who work with players around the league, including Will Hewlett with quarterback coach for Brock Purdy before the draft. He worked with him and used my scouting reports as a basis for beginning film study and work with him individually. Same with Caleb Williams and Anthony Richardson. So that's kind of like the audience type of what goes on here. And so it's a lot of those guys in media. And so I'm that guy. I would put it this way. You got the star guys in big draft who are like, wearing the suits and the front-facing people. They're like the pop musicians. I'm like the studio musician who's playing behind them.
Very good. I mean, going through it. I mean, I've started to dig into it. One of the ways I like that you present things, and we'll get into this draft, is I'm going through the running backs, I'm going through the receivers, and in part because we're here in Buffalo, we're not thinking that much about running back or tight end or quarterback, receiver. We'll get to, but from a fantasy standpoint, like you said, I've got some high picks. I got to know which running backs I want to take my flyers on. And I like how one of the things you do for each position is you take a trait, something about the players, and then rank them star caliber, starter caliber. Ashton Ginty is a star caliber in this, and maybe he's not a star caliber at some of the other skill sets. It's a great way to get a look at what type of player you're talking about, whether it's a running back, receiver, quarterback, and on.
Yeah, and one of the great things about the way that I do this, if I'm going to brag about it a little bit, is that, the guys who you're going to be listening to a lot in media, their job is very much predicated on talking to people in the NFL to determine where these guys are going to get drafted and then add their talent thoughts on these players combined with draft capital, and they do that, before the draft. I've decided to create this document by saying I don't want to do that because there's too much risk management filtered into scouting reports pre-draft, because GMs and owners either want to sell tickets, they want to sell merchandise. That's where they get a lot of money, and so there's a lot about who's the safest of the talented picks in the early rounds. So sometimes it's not a true look at talent. So what I like to do is my pre-draft, it's very much an unvarnished look at talent. So you're going to see players who may not get drafted or who are drafted late that I say, this Isaiah Pacheco is probably a much earlier round value as a talent who's going to get drafted much later. Or that I like Nick Chubb better than Saquon Barkley, even though we know Saquon Barkley is going to get drafted in the first round. Things like that. And then I have a post-draft that comes out a week after the NFL draft, and that's when I start looking at fit and determining, Ladd McConkey's probably going to have a better year earlier in his career than Marvin Harrison Jr. because of the weaknesses that Marvin Harrison Jr. has as a pass catcher paired up with a Kyler Murray compared to the offense that, Ladd McConkey's going to be in that has really led with their slot receiver, in Baltimore and then in San Francisco before that. And so I start combining that information because why look at talent if I'm just going to say, well, this is what the NFL wants to do, but that's more about fit, talent, and risk management, because there's certain guys that have great talent, but that maybe there's some off-field stuff or they had an injury. They dig those guys.
Matt Waldman, Rookie Scouting Portfolio, joining us on the Western Hotline. All right, let's get to some of the receivers, and then I want to get your thoughts on the backs and the quarterbacks. But for receiver in Buffalo, we spent a lot of time last year and the last couple of years talking about receiver. Keon Coleman ends up being the pick. I want to get your thoughts on him quickly, and then ask you if they're looking for speed, horizontal, vertical speed. That's something we hear the Bills talk about. How do you like rounds 2, 3, 4 to get somebody to fill that role in Buffalo's offense?
Well, I love that. I think that this is a good draft for the Bills' needs, mainly because there's not a guy in this class, or there are very few guys in this class who really project to be that classic X receiver who's really fast and really big, but at the same time, you have a lot of guys who do a great job working, longer horizontal breaking routes, who can then use their speed, to be able to get yards after the catch, or guys who can do a little bit of everything. And certainly with the Bills, it seems like that's the profile they're looking for a lot of these talents. And there's a little bit of everything in this class if you're not looking for, the next Brian Thomas Jr. Okay, so that, from that standpoint, I like what I see there. And with Keon Coleman, I mean, I think that for them, using him as kind of an inside-out option, or occasionally as a guy that you can use on the outside to win contested catches, I think that there's still a lot of promise there for him. And I think that it's going to be fun to see how his career develops. And we saw some high points with him, and I think we're going to continue to see him build on that. He's a smart player. He's a good player after the catch. He was one of my favorites when you just look at what the potential is with his game. So, overall, I think the Bills are in a good spot, but if they can get an explosive player who can stretch the field with his speed, and maybe open things up a little bit more underneath, but you can also use him in similar ways so that you'd use Khalil Shakir or Keon Coleman. I think you're just adding more to the mix that allows the field to be open for a variety of players, and it seems like that's what they want to do here.
How do you feel like Isaiah Bond would fit into that role? He's someone that has visited with the Bills, one of their top 30 visits. You see him in the second round a lot. He said he was going to break the 40 record at the Combine. He did not. But Brandon Beane's been on the record before that he almost likes that it sometimes can knock their draft process or their draft stock, and he likes trusting in the tape. So Bond specifically, and maybe anybody else that would be in the middle range, because, Matt, I don't really think first round that's on the table for them, but this is one player that we've been talking about for the second round.
I love Isaiah Bond. He's one of my top 5 receivers in this class if you're not looking at anything off the field. And I know there's some rumblings off the field about just maturity on certain levels. Is it as bad as what we saw with Jermaine Burton? I don't know. Usually those types of things, there's such a wide range of how scouts determine whether a player is going to be an off-field issue or have a professionalism issue, and oftentimes their ability to do so has as much variation as teams have the ability to judge talent. With that said, if we're presuming that everything's okay and that this guy's going to continue to mature into a good professional, Bond is the only player in this class where you can look at him really with the naked, without really, you can look at him on a cursory level and go, this dude has juice. I mean, this is a guy that when he catches the ball, that acceleration is palpable. He reminds me a lot of like T.Y. Hilton, which you guys you're very familiar with back in the day, who could give you that wide receiver one type of skill set in a smaller frame. He is a smooth route runner who attacks vertically in his stems on routes that break back to the quarterback. You see a lot of young receivers who don't exhibit that level of aggression to really use their speed as a bully pulpit to get separation. His breaks are strong. The route game is probably one of the strengths of his game overall. And, there's some minor things with catch point issues on targets that may be a little bit away from his frame in certain places, but they're not rampant problems in terms of him catching the football. He makes some tough catches. He uncovers late for his quarterback, which, with Josh Allen, you want to be able to have. When you have a dynamic quarterback, you want to have a receiver who can be on the same page and also can create with the ball in the air, and also create while the quarterback is on the move. And Bond offers all of that, plus the ability to use them, out of the backfield when you're motioning your receiver across. I think I think it's very easy. You can very easily look at him and think that, if he improves just a couple of small details, he could be one of the 2 to 3 best receivers in this class. And it wouldn't surprise me if he turns out to be the best. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of Isaiah Bond.
Matt Waldman joining us on the Western Hotline. The tight end position, want to dig there a little bit. The Bills, of course, I think they're set at tight end. They got Dawson Knox. They drafted Dalton Kincaid 2 years ago. We're still kind of waiting for that to show up in the production department. This is a class I've seen with two kind of top guy tight ends. And I wonder, Matt, your thoughts on the evolution of the position, how it's being used differently. When the Bills drafted Kincaid, there's the idea that he's a pass-catching tight end. Think of him like a receiver. And there are more and more of those guys in the league that do this. So from Kincaid to Bowers to the Penn State tight end or Colston Loveland, like this position as it evolves. I wonder your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of evolved from the Bill Belichick philosophy where he looked at it early on back when he was with Cleveland and said, if you're going to draft a tight end early, you want him to have the potential to be a high-end receiver. We can get blockers later, and we can get plenty of them to do that. And I think that that's the case because when you look at the tight end position, my co-host Adam Harstead and I on our podcast, we've often talked about that the all-around tight end, the Rob Gronkowski, is pretty much a unicorn because the demands of the position over a 17-game season to actually be a very strong inline blocker who can take on defensive ends and strong side linebackers on the front side of the run game and also be a guy who can match up with a cornerback is pretty much it's almost a myth because if you may get one or two really strong seasons out of a player who can do that, but you're going to get a lot of injuries outside of maybe, 3 or 4 guys over the past 20, 30 years. So can you use tight ends in a way where some of them are more like H-backs and they can maybe block on the backside, or you can have them as a lead blocker and then have them, run certain types of routes? Absolutely. There's a wide range of what you can deploy, but if you're looking for that classic idea that you're going to find a Rob Gronkowski type who can, continue to stay relatively healthy throughout his career and put up that kind of extreme level of production, most of these guys get hurt. I mean, even look at like George Kittle as someone who may be a little bit on the closer side of that, and it's difficult. So it's difficult for him to stay healthy. So, I mean, really, you have to look at these players and determine some of them some of the rookies in this class give you some hints of where they could be an all-around player, but how much do you want to overtax a guy to perform that diverse of a level of skill sets that require, strength and a lot of physical contact, to also a ton of running and, cutting and doing the type of quick agility type of work. You kind of have to narrow the scope a little bit realistically towards one end or towards another. And it doesn't mean that you can't get a guy who might give you, 500 to 700 yards and 6 to 8 touchdowns, but also be a strong inline blocker. I think that makes sense. But if you're looking for that 1,200-yard receiver who's also an all-pro on the front side who can be like a 6th offensive lineman for real, forget about that.
Matt Waldman, Rookie Scouting Portfolio. On the quarterbacks, before we let you go, Matt, how do you see it playing out? You've got some guys that could go in the top 5, 3 guys that could go in the top 5, I suppose. I'm seeing a little more Jackson Dart. I'm seeing a little more Jalen Milroe. It's not thought to be the class of last year, last couple seasons, but Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, is there talent here? Is there hope here for these teams hoping to pick early?
There is talent here. It's just the same story we've been seeing for many, many years, is that the NFL's recent hit rate for the first round is 38%. There's kind of a whiff of desperation, at closing time after happy hour, where they feel like if the guy even can give you some sort of first round trait, that they've got to take them, because based on their draft capital, nobody else hits. But also we have to remember that there is no quarterback development in the NFL. It's what they do outside of the team most of the time where these guys really get most of their development. They're really getting coached to scheme and to, what their weekly assignments are going to look like, their game plan's going to look like. And then maybe they get a little help from watching veterans in terms of the soft skills, the leadership, handling, the media pressure, working with their teammates and coaches, things like that, how they approach the work. But I would say this class, it's one of those classes where I'd say there's 12 players who I graded as having the potential to make active rosters, and that's pretty deep. The problem is that there's not 2 to 3 guys that you look at and you go, wow, if they these are guys that maybe no matter what team they go to and no matter how bad that team is, Chicago Bears, in terms of their organization and how they approach things, that the quarterback's going to be able to survive that. Caleb Williams was that guy last year. This year, I'm not sure there's really a guy who will survive an awful onslaught to a bad team that just doesn't have a clue about how to use that player early on, and they just say sink or swim. But I think if each of these guys that gets drafted at the top have some time to sit, you have a chance. I think, Cam Ward is certainly going to be the guy that people look at and say, oh, he could be a franchise caliber player. And there's a lot of good there, but I think that we have to temper it with certain, there's certain hero ball management types of decisions that he has to exhibit in games that he's going to have to get better at. And there are still some things with accuracy in the middle of the field that can get a little bit better in addition to the timing passing game. Because when you look at a lot of the RPO screen work he does or just 4 verticals that go back there, footwork hasn't been drilled into him to be a timing passer on timing routes, and we're going to have to see how quickly he can adapt to that. Milroe, to me, is the best upside talent because not even talking about the running. Yeah, he can run like Matt Forte in the open field. He's got that kind of speed and ability to bend around. But if you just subtract that from the equation, it's the same type of, the people are taking the same type of approach in the NFL as they have since Bill Polian back in the day, where that worked, 20, 30 years ago, but his outdated views on Lamar Jackson are kind of what the league is still, I would say 50 to 60% of the league at least, still views it like Bill Polian, that they want a guy who is more of like physically looks like Josh Allen, but without maybe the rushing upside. That's just kind of icing on the cake for them. So when you look at Milroe as a passer, what they're missing is that he's probably the best processor of information that's in this class when it comes to having to hold defenders in the middle of the field and manipulate them while you have legitimate pressure bearing down. He's got soft feet or quiet feet in the pocket where he can make those kind of small adjustments like Lamar Jackson can, and not have to do the dynamic Kyler Murray type of stuff where Murray basically creates more problems for his infrastructure when he's moving around the pocket. It's exciting on ESPN when he does it 2 or 3 times a game, but how many winning seasons has he had? How many high-end producers has he supported? And the answer would be not. I think he's one of the most overrated quarterbacks in the league when it comes to the things that need to get done. And Milroe's more of a guy that you could say that this is a guy who can operate well from the pocket, and he's much more discriminating about how he uses his legs. And I think that he's a guy that could develop into a Jalen Hurts type of player. He's just got to work a little bit on touch with certain types of throws and continue to expand his repertoire with the playbook. But this is an academic Heisman winner. So, off the field, this kid's going to know how to prepare and be able to work at the game. And from what I've seen, what he translates to the field, he has a lot of evidence of developing the craft that a lot of these guys don't really ever get. Shedeur Sanders is kind of like the safest of the guys. You look at him and you'd say he's someone that you feel like he's seen a lot because he's the son of a celebrity who maybe leads. Is still kind of the guy in the front. In the limelight, and I think he's seen a lot good and bad from that. And he's a steady player, but he's one of those players that you look at and say, is he going to be a Josh Allen type? Never. I doubt that seriously. But can he be a Geno Smith type, or maybe a Baker Mayfield or Tua Tagovailoa type who, with a great infrastructure, you can win games and get to the playoffs? Yeah, I think he could develop into that. Beyond that, I mean, Dart, to me, he's got to learn how to be accurate beyond 25 yards. I've charted a lot of his games, and he's great in the short game, but after 25 yards, it's a big question mark. Some of it's footwork, but a lot of it is everything's set up well from a mechanic standpoint, and he's still scattershot in that range. So he may have to be a scheme fit. Maybe the player that I would say just after that is just the most interesting to me is Curtis Rourke out of Indiana, who led them to a playoff appearance this year, and he did it with an ACL tear, playing through an ACL tear that he suffered in August, and it was the second tear of his ACL. And when you look at his play, he's the guy that I would look at and go, he's the most likely to be like that Brock Purdy type if you give him a year to heal and he gets a chance to compete, or something happens where he gets an opportunity to play, because he's very good in the pocket. He has good downfield accuracy. Obviously, he's as tough as nails because it was revealed in January that he was playing with a torn ACL, and you wouldn't have thought it when you watched him last year.
Matt Waldman on the Western Hotline. Matt, the website, mattwaldman.com or mattwaldmanrsp.com?
I think we found both.
Joe and I found both. So which is...
mattwaldman.com is where you can buy directly. RSP is where you can see some of my work.
Gotcha. All right, very good. Comprehensive and very valuable for anybody out there that's interested. Thanks, Matt.
Hey, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
All right. I downloaded the guide. I'm going to be drafting so many running backs based on his breakdowns. You know, he's going to dominate my fantasy league. You're in Dynasty.
I was going to say, I'm kind of not happy now that I don't have any picks anywhere because I traded them all.
Yeah.
Sounds like a pretty good class.
Going to dominate. And then when I'm up at the podium accepting my trophy, I'd like to thank Matt Waldman, thank Matt Harmon as well. You know,
list them on the site as like amateur scouts.
Yeah,
professional scouts.
803-0550. We're late for a break. We'll get one in when we get back. Daily Faceoff did a really interesting Ovechkin v. Gretzky. Let's do some math on the comparisons. A little bit of expected goals. How far apart are they? Who is number one? I want to get you that. And, of course, shout out Declan Rice. I've waited this long. I will not wait much longer. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
And Rice goes again, and again, and again. Lightning strike twice. Extraordinary. Declan Rice, take a bow. They knew it was coming this time. But Declan Rice has hit 2 unstoppable free kicks. And Arsenal lead by 2-0.
Everyone is stunned because this is an even better free kick. It's perfect. To get the angle, to get the dip, to get everything. To hit that corner with the power, the pace, the pureness of the strike. There's an air of disbelief around the stadium.
We got a little glimpse of Jude Bellingham, his England teammate, shaking his head and thinking, I've seen you in training, you don't do that.
Mikel Arteta couldn't believe it. There's people around us just in complete disbelief at what we've just seen.
Yes. Declan Rice, 2 free kicks. Incredible strikes. If the chat will allow, I'm on YouTube and go stream this, clip this later. I'm going to do the thing the soccer players do.
Point to the crest.
3-0 to the Arsenal over Real Madrid. For those of you that maybe don't follow this, let me give you some shades of what it kind of is like. You know what it feels a little bit like? Like you're not made. You didn't win the whole thing yet.
No, they haven't won this game yet.
No, they're right. They got to go to.
They got to go to Madrid.
Madrid and close it out.
Which would be the funniest thing ever if they just nothing. Never
mind. I'm gonna emotional hedge bet that hard. First off, the Champions League gives you something that no other sport that I watch gives, which is aggregate scoring, which is brilliant.
Right. Madrid goes back to Madrid down 3-0. They have to win by 3.
They have to win by
just to get it to.
They have to win by 3 to get to extra time. It used to be road goals was the tiebreaker, and I think that was way better.
Yeah,
because then if Arsenal had scored 1 in Madrid
and lost like 4-1,
Madrid would need 5 goals to beat that.
Right.
Anyway, aggregate scoring is amazing. Why is it amazing? Because when Arsenal scores to go up 1-0, they keep going.
Yeah.
We should get more. It's 2-0. Get another one. Every goal counts. Every minute counts of a 2-game aggregate. How does it work in the NHL if it's 3-0 in the third period with 5 minutes left?
Oh,
Who cares?
Everyone's parking the bus.
Everybody hang back. Nothing matters here. Aggregate scoring delivers for your dollar because you're going to get every minute to count. So anyway, what yesterday was like, I watched a lot of Arsenal post-game coverage of the Champions League, and a couple of the people there, like the analysts, I'm just on YouTube watching, somebody called it the best moment in the stadium's history, the top moment in the Emirates' history. I mean, Arsenal's had a couple of down seasons. Mm-hmm. They're on the way back. You know what it reminded me of? The Bills' perfect game against the Patriots. Because there's an element of, it's not just that you did that, it's who you did it to. And Real Madrid is, in the Champions League, Belichick.
They're the kings.
They are known as the masters of the dark arts. They are the Chiefs in the Champions League. They always win. Mm-hmm. You don't do that to them. Teams don't do that to Real Madrid. No. So it was amazing. It was awesome, and now a week of stress that Arsenal doesn't go lose by 4. Just really stressful.
So they very well could.
Of course. I mean, they're a really good defensive team, so they probably shouldn't. But whatever.
But it could.
We'll see. Anyway, 803-0550. Declan Rice.
We're going to have a weird environment in here if Arsenal wins the Champions League and Liverpool wins the Premier League.
Liverpool has already won the Premier League.
They already have, right.
It's over.
They're going to this is something you don't get in North American sports, which is 2 different people, 2 different favorite teams, both champions at the end of the season.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want my prophecy to come true because you're a Liverpool fan, and I've been saying it for 2 months.
It's the
at least.
Worst.
Hold on. It's not about your team, it's about my team. I've been saying it for 3 months. The season was cursed. Focus on Champions League. And Arsenal has been the victim of horrendous officiating. Mm-hmm. They played Everton and got got a penalty kick, and Josh is an Everton fan who's like, that was a terrible call.
Both of the games that your teams have played against Everton this year have had terrible calls.
Horrendous officiating, but horrifyingly
a win is a win.
Bad injuries, Saka, Odegaard, injuries, officiating, bad results, cursed season, fine. It's not your year. Sometimes you have a bad year. Oh, there's another league. You can go win that tournament. The prophecy, it is happening. And I'll go one step further for you on the Champions League. Yesterday, here's the ultimate jinx. Bills fans, you know what this is like now. All right, the Super Bowl is February. Okay, gotta make sure I don't go on vacation. Gotta make sure I got plans.
Oh, you have a date.
It's Saturday, May 31st, and
yeah.
I said to my wife, I'm like, hey, whatever we're doing that weekend, I just want to make sure you know I gotta be 3 o'clock on Saturday the 31st. I'm putting that in pencil.
Yeah.
Put that right in there for the Champions League final.
That is better. I'll say that's a better experience than I have with my couple buddies that are Liverpool fans, trying to figure out when is the right time to when can they win the league, when can they clinch it, because we'd like to go out for that when they win it, but you don't know when they're going to win it. They could also win it when it's not a Liverpool game, right? They could win it when if Arsenal draws a game and we're going to go out to watch Arsenal play, Southampton. And they draw,
right? And then it's
tougher.
The league's over, and the league is effectively over.
Oh, it's
over. It's guy has a 10-stroke lead at the majors and at the Masters. You can turn it off. He's not going to blow that. Anyway, 803-0550. Let's get Johnny in Buffalo before I give you this Ovechkin stat. Johnny, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Morning. Thanks for calling.
I'm thinking a little bit about that Michael Malone firing last night and how the Nuggets really do resemble the Bills to me. Just from the standpoint of they've got, when Michael Malone came into the league as a coach, the team wasn't terrible. They were they were bad, but not the worst. They were finishing just out of the playoff race in the West, and then Malone comes in, they improve a little bit, but then as Jokic gets better, obviously the team gets better, and obviously Jokic has probably the most to do with the improvement. And same with the Bills with Josh Allen. And Sean McDermott obviously led us to the playoffs with a decent team with Tyrod Taylor, and we love him for it. But the reason for the Bills' success is, obviously mostly on Josh Allen and his success. And Michael Malone, he's been said to be a culture setter, and he's changed the culture there in Denver, and they finished third or better in the West 5 out of 6 years.
Yeah. I mean, they did win it, and they won it. They did win it. That's
exactly. And they won it. Exactly. They won a championship 2 years ago. And they still go ahead and fire Michael Malone this year because of, they just feel they need a change and a shift in a lot of different things. They feel that he's not putting the best roster on the floor. He's not managing the game properly. They've been terrible defensively. And I look at what the Bills have done, and obviously the Chiefs are our biggest headache in the playoffs, but it just seems every year we don't have an answer with a defensive head coach in the playoffs. And I'm not calling for McDermott's head. He's been a great.
No, you're not wrong. I mean, the evidence is there. We have thanks, Johnny. We're a little late here, so I'm going to pick up your point.
Yeah,
the evidence is there. It's not even just the Chiefs are unstoppable in the playoffs. They are better against the Bills than they are against everybody else in the playoffs, and that shouldn't happen every year. Now, we've got some excuses. 1 year the Bills have no linebackers. 1 year Christian Benford gets hurt. 1 year they're on and on and on and on. The Chiefs are better against the Bills in the playoffs than they are against everybody else in the playoffs, and the Super Bowl was eye-opening in that regard.
Yeah.
They have every answer against McDermott and this defense so far.
Yeah. The comparison, though, it's one I made on social media yesterday because it came right to mind. It is a mind-blowing. I'm a Nuggets fan. I have been since I was a little kid. It's a mind-blowing firing.
You know what it is? It's a Premier League firing.
In
the Premier League, you win the title, you're gone in 3 years, 2 years, sometimes 1 year.
To see it, even in the NBA, I don't think... Actually, no, I know it. There was a tweet yesterday that no one had been fired this late in a season since 1981. And... You are 11 days from the playoffs.
You know where else this has happened?
They're in fourth. It's not like they're in 10th. They are in fourth. 2 years removed. That's where the separate, to me, that is a good McDermott comparison. It's worse, though, because it would be like if the Bills had fired McDermott late in a season 2 years after he won the Super Bowl.
Right. It reminds me also.
It'd be like if McVay was fired, really.
It reminds me also of the NHL. This has happened at least twice, right? Boston fired a coach. The Devils fired a coach.
But
late
that
in the year.
is early in a year.
No.
Right?
No, not this year.
Oh.
The Penguins fired Michel Therrien, and Bilesma went in March and won the cup.
I remember the Devils did this.
Devils with Larry.
Well, Lamoriello put himself behind the bench, didn't he? Right before a playoff, didn't he? I think Lamoriello.
Larry Anderson. Who am I thinking of?
Jacques Lemaire.
No. The point is,
Claude Julien.
It's unusual. I think it's not unheard of, but it's very unusual.
I think it's crazy.
All right, Extendo Sports. I'll get you that number on Ovechkin, and if we have time, 2-minute trivia. We'll do 2-minute trivia as well. We got it. It's Extendo Sports. As long as we get to it fast. Go. Bye. All right. Be right back. It's very fast. Extendo Sports. So,
minute?
dailyfaceoff.com. 5 reasons Ovechkin's way better than you think. Adjusted Hockey Paul Peduta did this. Basically, like, hey, era-adjusted scoring, and he created a stat called inflation factor. Scoring a goal in 1981 is not the same as scoring in 2013 or 2025. Hardly his fault. Gretzky thrived when goals were much more frequent. So, they plugged it in. Adjusted goals. What's the gap between Ovechkin and Gretzky on adjusted goals when measuring for inflation?
I bet it's a lot.
Throw a number at me.
The difference?
Yeah. How far apart are they in adjusted goals?
120 goals.
Higher.
200 goals.
Higher. 238.
Wow.
Adjusted goals, Ovechkin's at 996.
Yeah.
And Gretzky is 758. Adjusted goals puts Gordie Howe back above Gretzky. And Jaromir Jagr above Gretzky. Anyway, we got to go. No 2-minute trivia. Can we do it tomorrow?
We'll do it tomorrow.
All right. Yeah. Sabres trivia. Thanks for calling, texting, tweeting, chatting, everything. We're back tomorrow on a Thursday here on WGR.